Sweet dreams.
All right. I am starting my own stream again. Those that may have heard my previous one, that one had way too much echo going on trying to Dualbox Praises channel. They're all having fun lying about me. There we go. Set that up. All right. So, yeah, I don't know. Not a lot going else on tonight. I was hoping to be able to hang out with what few people wanted to actually have a, civilized conversation as usual. I have been excommunicated from Dear Sweet Praises channel because Bob and the Smoky Saint type have decided they need to lie about me and libel me again as usual. They falsely accused me of misquoting scripture that I directly copied and pasted off of a Bible website. And instead of looking it up to confirm it for themselves, they simply just went nuts for several minutes to almost half an hour. And I didn't want to bother being abused and lied about and falsely accused about, so I was just trying to get them to leave me alone. I asked him to stop talking to me, but he couldn't. You know how bullies are. And so then he decided to ban me for falsely accusing him, which I didn't. I correctly addressed the fact that he doesn't care about wanting to research things on his own. But regardless, so I don't know. Try not to be upset about it. It's stupid. It's all stupid. It'd be cool if people would recognize it. Why is it so hard in this day and age for people to recognize bullying? It's like people crave it almost. They need it. They need drama. They need conflict. So, I don't know. Here I am. I'm going to try to do my best. I don't know if anybody's going to show up or not. I'd rather have at least one other person to have a fun conversation with that can actually be a good, decent, normal human being. Hello, kitty.
Oh, no, you're dead, sweet baby.
Well, hello. Don't step on the keyboard. She just jumped right on my chest. She's like, hi.
So
pay attention to me. Anyways, yeah, I have one other person to talk to than having a whole room. I mean, it's insufferable how that's allowed to happen. It's unchristlike. It's anti-Christ. The Bible says if you can't love the fellow believer, then you're a liar. 1 John 4:20 says they're liars. Anyway, so just a quick recap. I tried to play it live, but it screwed up. I can redo it through his when he's finished. I can probably do the critique, but I hate doing that because it's time consuming and stupid. But basically, they were Candace and the other gentleman. I forget his name now. They were talking about whether or not. Actually, it was weird. They were kind of agreeing about whether people pre-exist, before space-time or our bodies and whatnot. And we had a pretty good conversation about it and stuff until Smoky Saint arrived, of course, and then ruins it all, as he usually does. And I was quoting, Gavin was asking for scriptures, for examples of talking about how we exist outside of space-time or outside of our body. So I was quoting Jeremiah 1:5 and Ecclesiastes 12:7, and then copied the relevant part of Matthew 10:28, where Jesus said, "Don't worry about those that want to, those that can kill your body but can't kill your soul or can't touch your soul." Was from the translation that got them all butthurt for some reason. We weren't talking about duality. Well, no, we were talking about duality, but even that part of that verse, Christ's quote, talks about duality. There's a body and there's a soul. So Smokey Saint accused me of misquoting the scripture about duality. That scripture does mention duality. So Smokey Saint called himself a liar. And then Bob kicked me for him lying about me. So, and Gavin tried to stand up for it. Gavin was trying to exercise their channel's rules.
Well, he was trying to set healthy boundaries, which I thought was really lovely.
It was nice.
Mr.
It didn't work though.
No, it unless everybody that is a moderator or whatever they call them, I don't know what you guys call them there on YouTube channels, but unless everyone understands the guidelines and the boundaries they're trying to draw, you're going to have inconsistency, which is going to do nothing but continue to foment the nonsense.
It's on Praise's channel, Jesse. They're still going right now. So yeah, Smokey Saint bullied himself on there. So yeah, him and Gavin and Praise and Bob, they were, I guess, fighting them whether or not Smokey's going to be allowed in the channel. Their rule was that you have one insult, you have one warning, and then you're banned for the night. So Gavin was trying to keep Smokey off to follow the rules, but I guess Bob's pulled into their little cult now, I guess. So Smokey doesn't have enough attention. He can't be hateful enough on his own channel, so he's got to go spread it on other channels. Because of Gavin. Gavin's always sweet talking me back in there. He keeps promising me that.
Oh, he did try, honey. He's
huh?
there.
Well,
Gavin
even no, she's asking why did he even go there.
Well,
I was telling her that
she means by he.
Gavin. Sorry, I'm very upset right now. Still, Gavin messaged me privately asking me to join Praise's channels, and I assuring that the bullies wouldn't be tolerated.
Right.
The bullies were tolerated. So, but I'm just saying, I went there because Gavin promised. So,
Well,
Gavin, thanks for trying, but you failed.
No, he didn't fail. The rest of the channel did.
Yeah.
He didn't
The
fail.
point is, the promises that he tried to give me failed.
Well, okay, but that's
and I know he's not
fault.
always beyond his control. Damn it, guys. Remember, I'm upset. So, yes, I appreciate Gavin trying. He's very gracious, but he's the only, what I would call the actual Christ-like person there. So, I don't know. Did I pin my StreamYard or did not? There it is. I don't know what I really want to talk about. I just wanted to hang out with good people. It'd be nice to find good topics. Blah. But basically, yeah. So I'm excommunicated. Gavin said he's going to get me unbanned or whatever, but I don't know. I don't know if I care. I'd rather find better channels. Hello again, kitty. Oh my goodness. You're getting a little too big to jump on my... Oh goodness, now she's stretching. Hello. We first got her, she's like maybe 3 inches long. Now she's over a foot long. You ain't a kitten anymore, little girl. She thinks she is, though. Awfully adorable. I think she knows when I'm upset. She comes there to my rescue. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah. Bob accused me of lying the other night because Smokey was abusing me, and they thought that I somehow started it. I proved in my previous stream that it took me about 45 seconds, I figured, to find where Smokey actually lied first. No, I didn't lie at all. Where Smokey he was the first to start instigating everything as usual, as abusers always are. So Bob lied. And then Bob lied about me lying. And so now Bob's still being, the abuser. Bob doesn't care about wanting to be a Christian. And then now Smokey is doing the classic pull phase, or the honeymoon phase, they call it, in the cycle of abuse for personality disorders, for abusers, where he's pretending to apologize. Someone told me that Smokey has apologized now for calling Mrs. Joel a whatever cow, stupid cow, whore, whatever, all the things he calls all the women in his life, that dare pretend to exist around him. So I told somebody that, I need more than an apology. And they're like, well, what more do you need, Joel? I was like, I need a genuine repentance.
He didn't apologize to me.
Right.
Who is he apologizing to precisely?
He's doing the classic mobbing, right?
Come on,
where they try to ingratiate. So mobbing is a technical official word now in clinical psychiatry and workplace bullying environments, it's called. So what bullies do is that when they find their target, they try to basically lie to the rest of the group, in this case, a workplace environment, to try to make it seem like they're the good guys and that this other person that they're trying to target is the bad guy. And so that's what Smokey Sane is doing in his other cult followers, is they're trying to ingratiate themselves and act like they're the good guys. Oh, they apologize. Like Mr. Joel just pointed out, they don't actually apologize to anybody. They just say they do. So they can pretend to be the good guys so they can be able to continue to be in the group and then reinforce their negative advocacy against the targets they're trying to bully. And of course, the lesser experienced and the unsavvy, or in my view, the unchristlike, don't notice it, don't care, and just tolerate them. And they encourage bullying. So yeah, so I'm excommunicated now. Joel put Smokey in his place. Do I dare want to play that? I don't know. Has it been that long now? This is stupid. Oh, I don't want to put anybody in their place. I want to have fun. I want other people to put Smokey in his place so that we can have fun. Why is that so hard to do?
It's real simple. What needs to happen? Gavin valiantly tried.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to call it out as it was. He really did try. Honest to goodness.
Agreed.
However, without everybody else that, the powers that be in the channel, whatever, without them being on board to set healthy boundaries, guess what's going to continue?
Well, not only that, but I am concerned. So my experience with all this crap is that Gavin is now going to be targeted and Gavin's going to be excommunicated soon.
Well, that's how that works.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens with people with those particular personality issues, problems, LOL, I'm trying to be nice here.
Mental health disorders. Oh, cough. What? Did I say that?
They do the push-pull phase, and they go back and forth, round and round we go. And what winds up happening is over time, they begin to lose people. They lose their audience.
Which is why he's visiting Praise's channel.
Or worse, when the other people decide to join in on their negative campaign, the bullying like you were just talking about, they'll turn on them until they have nobody. So then what do? They do exactly what's happening right now. They go back to the people that were their previous targets, kiss a little butt, give a little honeymoon, little kiss, little hug, and then they just repeat the cycle all over again.
Which has already happened, I think, 3 times now.
3? Really?
But with praising them, since I've been doing YouTube.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty bad.
This is the 3rd, if not 4th time starting again. I'm sure it's happened before. Yep.
That's a shame because you should learn the first.
Nope.
Really, you should learn the first 2 times. Okay. After the second time, you know what you're dealing with. What does the Bible say about that?
I've been told that Praise understands, that he gets it. He's trying to let Smokey hang himself, quote unquote. Give him enough rope to hang himself, but I don't know.
But he's going to hurt how many people in the process?
Yep.
I mean, how many times does he have to hang himself before you finally, call it done?
That's what I'm saying, is there's some sort of duplicity going on that I can't respect.
I don't think Christians are supposed to play those kind of games.
Exactly. You don't tolerate sin.
No.
So, anyhow, so I'm going to try again. I got to keep saying all my channels, all my streams. I'll try to do the opposite. You guys, want to talk about something, we can talk about anything. We can talk about Bible stuff. We can talk about science stuff. We could do debates, whatever you want to do. Just, we have to be respectful. We have to do the exact opposite of what these other wannabe Christians are doing. And just actually have civilized disagreements without all Gavin and praising them. They try to say they don't want to have insults and whatever, fighting and crap, but they can't seem to do it. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to allow people to talk about stuff, but you cannot do what Smokey does, and now what Bob does. Hey Jesse, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Groovy, but
not so groovy, right?
Yeah, I'm trying.
So what did you join earlier? What was their discussion?
Again, they were just finishing a debate with what's her name, Kelly? Candace.
Yeah, Candace.
Lady from Taiwan, and another gentleman, I forget his name, about whether or not. Oh my gosh, I can't seem to remember it. It was weird because it was like they were both agreeing something about if God knows us before we're born, basically, right? Pre-existence, and they were both agreeing, just different perspectives of Scripture, I guess. But so we're just listening. I was sharing a little bit about from the quantum physics perspective, just kind of being a nerd as usual. And Gavin asked the room asked them too, the debaters, about Scripture verses, and so I shared a few. And when I shared Matthew 10:28, that's where Smokey and them saw their angle of attack, so to say, and that's where it all fell apart.
So I listened just for a minute, like, I don't know, probably about 20 minutes ago or whatever, and they were talking about angels. So I have no idea what their original conversation was, but
yeah, this is about the pre-existence of our soul or spirit.
Oh, okay, that's why they're talking about angels.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they're having. Yeah.
Well, no, they believe in the Nephilim doctrine, and that's a false doctrine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Bible talks about the Nephilim, but I don't want to. Yeah.
Well, this is what I always tell people. I'm like, just just okay. If you believe that angels actually came down and slept with humans, why did God not punish them? It's very
Well,
simple.
the
Like
theory is that he did, but again, it's not clear enough to make a fight about.
well, but they get very angry about it.
Exactly. That's why I don't avoid that kind of stuff.
Because people are very, very, very self-absorbed in this day and age, and they worship their opinion above all else.
Well,
Yes, and also, it's about tickling ears.
yes. Thank you.
It
Thank
sounds
you.
nice. It sounds nice.
I was going to say, yeah, they're putting doctrine, quote unquote, or legalism ahead of being a Christian. To just be loving and talk about things like cool people.
Yeah,
You're right, Joel,
exactly.
that's it. You nailed it right there, because it doesn't matter what anybody believes about what angels did in the Bible. That you're right, it isn't very crystal clear. It's not clear cut. What does matter is loving your neighbor as yourself.
Amen.
And
your
preaching
enemy.
and your enemy, and preaching the gospel.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Because the real bottom line to all of this is that all of us are wrong. We start wrong. We're wrong in the middle of our faith. We don't know until we go back to heaven, until we see him face to face. Like Paul said, we're looking through a dark glass dimly. So we're going to get a few things wrong, and it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. And that doesn't actually, it's really sad, because when I was a part of that community, 8-9 months ago, I started to actually hate people based on doctrine. And after the whole Trinity thing came out, and they started to hate me, and I was like, it was like a big sledgehammer from Jesus. He was like, "Hello, idiot! Like, why are you sitting here judging people based on a doctrine that you're not even sure is true?"
It's not even in the Bible, right?
Exactly. And I was like, wow, I was following these guys' hateful intents.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they turned it around on me, when I was having, some issues with the Trinity and all that kind of stuff, and then they turned around and they just they destroyed me. They were mean to me, and they kicked me out of everything or whatever, and that's when I was like, you know what? We all might be wrong in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
But that's irrelevant to love. We have to love each other, because that's what Christ said. What did he say? The number one and the number 2 commandment is to love God with all your heart and to love man with all your heart.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we're supposed to build each other up. If someone's wrong, what Paul do? He didn't go and tear down all the churches. He pointed out where they were wrong and tried to build them back up and encourage them. So all these, I call them antichrists. All these non-Christians, they do the exact opposite. They think that they're right and only they're right. And then if you say anything even half wrong, then you're a heretic. And they turned on. That's what I'm saying. This is the second or third rodeo for praise. They've called it. That's what I loved about praise. For he was the one that came up with the term hairy tick. I loved it. He's the hairy tick, and now he's back in league with them, and it's annoying.
It is very annoying, and it what it reminds me of is honey. It tastes sweet, and that's what you want until it makes your stomach ache.
No.
Seriously, and he won't know that until later because of what he's doing, and it's so sad, and I hate to see that degradation. Because
what I'm concerned.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
What I'm concerned with is why is praise wanting, and not just him, but anybody wanting to tolerate this kind of behavior, this sinful behavior, this antichrist-like behavior. Usually there's a motive, there's a reason. And, again, someone else was telling me that praise gets it and he's just pretending to tolerate it for now so Smokey can hang himself, whatever. But that doesn't ring true to me. And is there something insecure about praise? Is there a reason? Does he feel like he's needing more followers by allowing this? I don't know. I'd love to talk to him more about it. And I'm not going to speculate, like they do against me. I'm just curious, what is causing it?
So my buddy in Florida, he thinks it's actually just based on followers and views. So when Donnie SFT kicked me out of the group for Standing for Truth, it was all based on the Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
It had nothing to do with anything else. Like, so Jason, do you know Jason Ezert, the one that came in sometimes and was really mean and very hateful?
Probably not. Is that his real name or screen name?
Yeah. It was the name that he used when he came into the streams, and but he was a part of the group for Standing for Truth, and he actually threatened people's families. I never threatened his family. I never said anything.
Yeah.
All I did was just disagree with Trinity, and yet he kicked me out. But yet this guy had threatened his family, and now Donnie has, a family. He's got kids. He's got a wife, and I think it has to do with followers and views and drama when it comes to praise, Smokey, and SFT. All of it.
Yeah, they try to dox me too, so it's not. Yeah, it's everybody.
Exactly. Yeah. It's all about views. They need views, and they need views on their perspective. So if you do not agree with their perspective, you are hated, and you are going to get doxxed or whatever it's called.
Yeah. So Bond is part of this hate group, whatever you call it, this harassment, and he's helping highlight some of the. And I don't want to go too much in this drama. I'm not going to allow gossip. So Bond gets the opportunity to talk about without gossiping. So Bob falsely accused me and Smokey as well of mistranslating or misquoting the Bible. And I told him no, I directly copied it from a Bible verse from whatever. And they wouldn't let up about it, to the point where I finally just asked him, just leave me alone. Don't talk to me. You can look it up. It takes 3 seconds to look it up. And he just kept going and going and going. And so my instinct when you deal with a toxic, abusive personality types like that is to try to get them to leave you alone. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to be bullied into giving them whatever stupid answer.
You're not going to cater to them either. You're going to cater to their argument.
Well, and so instead of him looking it up, instead of looking it up, he's telling me that I'm not. How did he put it exactly? Hold on. I said he's gaslighting because I told him that he's lying about me, first of all. And he says
the way that he was speaking, he made it sound like you were attempting to intentionally misquote scripture.
Right. And then saying that I wasn't, or that he wasn't, or what, basically everything that I was trying to say to get him to leave me alone, he said wasn't true, and that I was basically lying. So that's gaslighting. When someone's telling you something and you tell them, "Oh no, that's not really true," But in fact, here, I got a nice meme about it. I'll share even just so everybody can see.
Actually, I even heard somebody say that Joel and somebody else, this was, months ago, or literally you're arguing the same thing. Actually, I think it was LPP. You're arguing the same thing.
Uh-huh.
Why are you arguing? That's dumb.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, John spent 4 hours one night with that Nicholas guy and I together, trying to get Nicholas to realize, look, you're
arguing against somebody who agrees with you.
Yes, but again, I
remember that night.
It's a cult mentality. It's literally a cult mentality. They can't realize how wrong they are together. Anyway, so gaslighting. This is what Bob did. Instead of acknowledging that he can look up this verse himself to find out whatever it is and stop harassing me over it, he's telling me that, you're just, all these little things, all these little excuses they make. Oh, you're overreacting. Oh, you need to calm down. Mm-hmm. This is gaslighting. This is what these bullies do. I want to call them worse names, but I'm trying to be careful.
So what would you call it if so I can't remember if I told you, but the first night that I ever actually encountered Smokey, me and him and Nicholas were actually talking about Textus Receptus. We were actually talking about the historicity of scripture. And Smokey had no idea what I was talking about. He didn't know about the Antioch scripts, the Alexandrian scripts, the Masoretic and the Septuagint or whatever. And he got really mad and he called me Catholic. And then when I continued to question him, he called me an atheist.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And then he kept going. And he tries to use that as his hammer or whatever. And it's like,
it's not legitimate. Yeah, it's not just to cause conflict.
What they're doing is
what's the name?
They're intentionally misunderstanding your point
on purpose.
To continue the conflict.
Right. It doesn't matter what the actual conversation's about.
Right.
But it's not gaslighting. What's it called though?
That's called bullying.
It's just called bullying because the thing is that I brought textual stuff to him and he just denied it. I can't think of the name.
Oh, obfuscating. dodging.
Yeah, maybe obfuscating or whatever, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a straw man because he wasn't trying to build an argument and like trying to
Yeah.
take. Well, actually, he did that with the flood, but we won't get into
No,
that.
and again, I don't want to gossip too much about. I mean, because you reminded me of my first night with him too. Because
That's the one that I linked. That's the one that I linked. I
Okay.
literally I sent that to Cheryl because it was an amazing night where you put his ass in place. It was awesome. I'll never forget that. That's literally the video where you called him a Mormon.
Yeah, that was my first night talking to him. I thought he legitimately was a Mormon. He said that Jesus wasn't God. I was
Yeah,
like, okay,
exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you're a Mormon. Oh,
Well, and the thing is
of
that
course I
if you
blew up.
listen prior to, you guys were actually talking pretty good about open theism, like there was no like anger or anything like that. You guys were actually talking
Yeah,
pretty good
my first time to know him.
until you got to a certain point where things started to conflict. And then of course he goes into science and he's a big idiot when it comes to science. And
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either. Yeah.
no, but you're enough to
No, I was being sarcastic.
No, you were enough to actually even put him down. The fact that, yeah, no. You need to rewatch that one.
I will. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I
I
remember you
put
showing that
time on there.
months ago too, but yeah. Yeah, no. So
Well,
Bond's helping point
that's
out.
because you're the only one that's actually put him down. Maybe other people
Well,
put him down, but the thing is that it's standing up. That's the thing. It's standing up and actually doing it, because the thing is that I'm a woman. What has he done to your wife over and over and over again? Called her a whore, called her all kinds of names, a cow, a
proved your
slag,
point.
whatever.
He
Yeah,
proved her right.
exactly.
Is what he did.
Well, see, to me, okay, so it doesn't bother me in the slightest because I've studied cluster B traits for many
It's
years.
a personality
I was married
disorder.
to one.
Yes,
I was
cluster
married to
B.
one for 15 years. So people call me that. It's like, okay, I've been called better names. I don't care.
Yeah.
But what I would like to use it as is an educational tool for others so they can identify the symptoms and to set healthy boundaries against it.
I think Mrs. Joel's best compliment or insult you said you ever called her Queen B word of America.
Yeah.
Someone told you once.
That was funny.
Yeah.
I was like, hot dang, I've been promoted.
I love it.
Well,
Yeah.
I absolutely loved when I was listening to Smokey's channel one time, and they actually played that, about you calling them a B personality or whatever, and I just laughed. I was like, they don't even understand. They don't even understand that she's actually right. She's understanding the personalities, and they got mad because she's a woman.
She's studied it. She's got direct experience. But so Gavin did try to also put Smokey in his place tonight as well. Gavin
did
Smokey asked him something or other, and Gavin flat said, "Because you're poison, Smokey." So he basically said that everything Smokey says is poisonous. I really appreciated that. And, hats off and applause to you, Mr. Gavin. But
yes, sir.
Yes,
you are outnumbered, sir.
And he does, like, even when they're talking about like the Nephilim doctrine and all that kind of stuff. When I comment in the chat, he's like, yes, Jesse, I agree with you. I agree, and I'm like, well, just okay. I'm gonna be such a bitch, but be a man and freaking say it. Like, don't let them take over the room and say this kind of stuff. And when
can't recognize it.
Oh yeah, it drove me nuts because I was listening to another thing where they were calling your wife a bitch again or a whore or whatever. Sorry for cussing on your channel.
They're just children.
And it honestly it made me so mad. I was like, you know what? I can't listen to this right now. Can I listen to this because I'm going to get mad? I'm going to say something
good. Yeah,
detrimental.
You're a defender. You're a warrior. You're a protector type.
Exactly.
You can't tolerate people being dumb.
Well, that's why I called it out and I said what exactly it is. I know what it is. Oh, and Guru.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, hold on. I want
to. And what you said is what I said to them.
Okay. Yeah, give me a moment though. Let me finish addressing these before they get lost.
Sure.
So Gavin did try to correct Smokey.
To set boundaries. And
so him and probably Bob they were fighting back and forth, letting Smokey in or not. So the other admins are violating Praise's own rules. And then there's something about Bond here. He said, what was he trying to say? What was talking? Oh, yeah. and for those like Bond or whatever, if I doubt he's even listening still, but if Bomb and Smokey had simply been cool enough to have looked up the scripture themselves, much less not lie about me and try to gaslight me about how I misquoted the scripture or whatever, even though it's still, no matter which version we use, it still says the same exact thing, that there's a difference between a body and a soul. And then Smokey himself called himself a liar, saying that I was lying about duality. No, that even that part of that scripture still talks about duality. So if they hadn't done all of that, then yeah, I would have been glad. Oh yeah, this is the NLT. You know, it's been easy. But no, when you deal with bullies, with people that do not have Christ-like behavior, you try your best to disengage from them.
Yes.
You don't encourage them.
Yes.
You don't encourage their bullying. So that's what you guys are not recognizing, that you're misappropriating or mishandling the situations. You're not realizing that there are positive ways to try to encourage the people to want to have, you know, civilized conversations. And then there's times where you just need to let people told praises allegedly doing to Smokey, letting them hang themselves, essentially. And then, yeah, so Guru, appreciate you bringing that up. We talked about this briefly as well. So it's not an apology. You cannot apologize to somebody who's not there.
Yeah, he didn't apologize to me. I don't know anything about this.
This is further proof.
He didn't.
Smokey is a bully. Smokey is a disingenuous person. He is not sincere. He cannot be sincere. This is further textbook analysis of narcissistic type, all kinds of different personality disorders.
Well, and he's sexist. He's absolutely sexist. He hates women. All right. I am one of 5 women who are no longer a part of this community because of Smokey.
Yeah, I've had some people have told me that they're literally crying over the way that not just Smokey, but these other would-be Christians are allowing them to be harassed and lied about and abused.
Yeah,
these other Christian women, not just you, but other Christian women,
are
literally, because you're a Marine. I understand you can, you know, you're built for this. Others aren't.
You're
so
right.
And
that's why I'm trying to talk to Cheryl, because I want to help her. You know, but like Ashley and there's a bunch of others, you know, that had this stuff happen. You know, when Smokey came out and he was doing his videos against me, calling me Satan's daughter, you know, Satan's my father and all that kind of stuff, you know. I didn't even join those because what's the point? What's the point? I know exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah. Drew, I tried to tell you, but they'd already banned me. I couldn't reply in text. That's why I told you in back channels.
Whatever he said, he didn't say it to me, so it's just probably just mouthing the words so that he can get in everybody's good graces.
That's part of the mobbing technique, right? So in workplace mobbing and bullying, what they do is they once they've got a target, it's not enough just to try to downgrade, you know, try to demoralize and humiliate their target. They try to get everybody else to think that the bully is the good guy by like Smokey's doing, by pretending to apologize to people without actually ever doing it. Right. So that the gullible, the inexperienced, and even the other bullies can ingratiate themselves together to justify their bullying behavior. That's right.
Well,
so those that aren't bullies will recognize this.
And the thing is that they're actually worse against women. That's the reason why when they were talking about Mrs. Joel, I was pissed. I was like, okay, Lord, I need to stop listening to this because I'm going to get mad and do some bad things. Because the thing is that they've done this to a bunch of females, and they've done it across the board, and it's only a male-only environment.
Well, no, they insult plenty of guys too, and that's part of the rub is that it shouldn't be tolerated in any group, much less a Christian group.
No matter if they're male or female.
Right. These are just uncivilized freaking bullies.
You're right. But there was another female that told me that her husband would even let her get into chats because of what he heard in these chats.
That's a good husband. Yep.
Exactly.
The monitor and
exactly, because of how they treated women. If you disagree, you're a whore.
Yeah.
You're
a cow, whatever. Yeah. It's
exactly.
Ridiculous. It's evil. It's flat evil.
Exactly. And the thing is that, do you know how many times I've had on my channel where people have thrown out Corinthians against me to tell me to be silent?
Yep. No, I understand.
Yeah. It's like, okay, you're literally trying to silence me just because I'm a woman. And I've tried to point this out. They try to say that I'm a feminist. And I'm like, I actually did a debate against feminism.
That's how I first met you. Was listening to that debate you had with the feminists.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, it doesn't actually matter. The details of their bullying tactics are irrelevant. They will find anything. They'll complain about your toenail if they have to. The details, the ad hominem is irrelevant.
That's
true.
Drew, so tonight, Gavin warned Smokey several times, and Smokey kept doing it. Gavin constantly kept timing him out in text until they started fighting it out in live chat. So everything that happened tonight was completely fraud. What?
Oh, absolutely.
Hold on, Mrs. Joe wanted to.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to say, just for emphasis, I kind of wanted to repeat the purpose of the quote-unquote apology. It was just merely mouthing the words so that he can look like the good guy, but yet still not actually apologize to the people that he's hurt. And that way, if for whatever reason we still have a problem with the fact that he speaks that way so disrespectfully to other people, we look unforgiving. We look like the bad guy while he comes out smelling like a rose. So see how that works?
Yes.
He never actually apologized.
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, Guru. I tried to tell you, but again, I got excommunicated from Praise's channel, so I can't text him there at all. Gavin says he's going to try to get me unbanned, but I don't care.
Yeah, at this point.
And that's Guru. That's basically all Bob and them and Smokey had to do. They could Google it. They didn't have to harass me and ruin Praise's channel as they always do in other channels.
They make it about themselves.
Well, you know what? And can I ask you guys an honest question? Is Praise's channel really about Christ, or is it about drama?
It's about
it used to be, and it goes back and forth.
Thank you. No. It's about drama.
Well, again, I'll stand up for Praise. Every once in a while, it's frustrating because he only does it when he's attacked. When Smokey and them, when they attack him, then he doesn't tolerate it. But then it's called the honeymoon phase.
Or anybody else, he totally bends knee to anybody around him. I'm just gonna be really mean, but he's a total bitch. I'm really sorry to say that, but he is very weak. He's very weak. He's very weak in his mindset.
Right, but I want to make sure we avoid not being like them too, though.
Well, the thing is, okay, do you know now that he's actually getting back into the Trinity?
Yeah, I don't care. It's not about any doctrine.
No,
it's not about Christ. It's not about the Bible. It's about whatever issue they can fake about to be able to justify their hatred of others.
But what I'm saying is that the fact that praise is very much influenced by other people. Therefore, his doctrine is not sound because he's influenced by other people.
Thank you, by the way, Cheryl, and yes.
Oh, Cheryl
welcome.
Here.
Yeah, Janet too.
Who's this?
Cheryl and Janet. They're.
What did Janet say there? Hang on. Oh, are you greeting people? Hi, Janet.
No, I think she's listing some of the women that are.
Oh, I thought she was
being targeted by these. Fates.
And I was probably one of the first, like 10 months ago.
Yeah.
Only because I argued with Smokey about Texas Receptus, and he didn't even know. You know what the worst part is he tries to claim all kinds of stuff, but he had no idea about the Texas Receptus. Like, oh man.
Yeah, they learn just enough information to hope to sound like they can make a point, but it's not about anything. It's not about what you were talking about. It's not about what I'm talking about. It's not about anything at all. It's just a tactic.
Yep.
It's all a tactic.
It's all a tactic. And you know what? We experienced this when we were in, we know what tactics are. We know exactly what they do. And I saw what he was doing. I did absolutely see, but I assumed based on the fact that he was a Christian, at least I thought he was a Christian. I don't think he's a Christian now. I think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, but who? What? Oh, yeah, but we gotta avoid, being too.
I don't care. I know.
We can only talk about the things that other.
I will say it. He is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He is a liar and a fake.
Right, but we have to keep it generalized. Is what I'm saying.
If we talk
about them specifically, then they win. We're starting to be like them. That's how they feed off their own hatred towards others. We can say them, we can say they, we can say antichrists, these people.
Or just the behaviors.
Or just talk about the behaviors. We can generalize it without, so that way we can avoid making the ad hominem fallacies.
And we want to, more importantly, we need to avoid gossip.
Everybody knows who we're talking about, no matter no matter how generalized we can get. And in fact, it's a benefit to keep it generalized because there's more bullies out there than just these people by far.
True.
That's the whole point of all this.
But how come you can't point them out specifically?
Because it's what they do.
True.
It makes it difficult for like new believers or even those that are looking for Christ to know the difference.
Exactly.
They won't be able to tell the difference between them and us, essentially.
Right.
Good point. Okay. I didn't think of that. Okay.
Yeah, if somebody like Bond specifically addresses a specific issue we can respond to, that avoids the ad hominem. So until then, but anyways, I'll explain it later. But so that's the next thing I wanted to address. They're having a good conversation right now. They're having a conversation with bullies, Bond. That's the trick. They want to be able to enjoy attacking somebody, and it's a need. It's an emotional, psychotic, sociopathic need to hurt what.
I was just going to interject that, of course, whenever they're trying, let me back up. Whenever a bully is trying to get in the good graces of other people to basically get them to align on their side, okay? Of course, they're going to have good conversations amongst them. But the moment their intended target or targets show up, all of that's going to fall to the wayside in a hurry.
Right. I was going to try to emphasize how the real motive is that they've got this emotional need to hurt people. Okay, they are not good people at all, and so what they'll oscillate. They'll find a target, and if they're targets, which is the other travesty that Cheryl and others are talking about, and even Jesse as well, how they're feeling like they have to leave because of the bullying. That's so the targets. Their whole purpose is to get the targets to either want to leave or enjoy the abuse. Uh-oh, Jesse dropped out.
Hopefully, she'll come back soon.
You're welcome. Come back if you're okay over there, Jesse. But anyway, so they'll do that. They'll get their pound of flesh. They'll feel their little hate meter, for lack of a better word, and then they'll go and pretend to play with the rest of the
people,
the congregation.
The people that they want to be in good graces with.
That can tolerate their bullying behavior.
Right.
And then so once they've enjoyed themselves in their little fake community, and they've got that narcissistic evil need to hurt somebody again, they're going to find out what target makes them feel the best to attack again. And so the problem is that guys like me and my wife and others, Jesse and them, that don't tolerate bullying, of course, get targeted even more. So I could say something completely ambiguous. I could quote a scripture verbatim, and that'll be enough for them to want to start their hatred. So it's not about any particular issue. It's not about anything other than a need to hurt people. That's all it is. We're all stalked and our conversations are posted. That's exactly it, Janet. It's an abuse stream. It's not about Christ, certainly. It's not about issues. It's not about anything relevant other than people they need to hurt. Yeah, Smokey's hatred towards me started because he didn't want to agree that Christ spoke to himself as God. And he's like, well, Christ isn't God. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you're a Mormon. That's where that started with. And then, of course, he said that he lied that he wasn't a Mormon. I don't know. It's all confusion, but yes. Love bomb, control threats, and then the fake apologies. You could add to that, Janet.
Oh, wait. Does she understand this?
Yes, I think everybody here does.
Let me see what she said.
Love bomb, control threats, etc.
Yes, that's exactly right. And it, of course, runs in cycles.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to gather some negative advocates for themselves, well, of course, they're going to be nice to them and have good conversations with them. Yep.
Well, Guru, if you're still here, ma'am, I only want to create atmospheres of the exact opposite. I want people of all walks of life, Christians, atheists, Hindus, Muslims, everybody that disagree on things to want to come and enjoy disagreeing together. Like Mrs. Joel taught me about Heinlein saying how I never learned from a man who agreed with me. We need disagreement, and for all my antagonizers that want to say I'm not a scientist, I'm a scientist. And those of us in actual science, we always reject, appeal to consensus logical fallacies of peer review. We always want conflict. We want people to test our biases. We want to say, hey, this is what I think about this. What do you think? And we want to seek those out that disagree with us, because those that agree with us don't help.
Because what if we're wrong?
Yeah. We need to test. We need to invalidate our theories. We need to falsify our hypothesis. We don't want to find agreement. Yeah. I have all kinds of examples.
You're so cute.
Holy basil. Jay, you're weird. I love it. But,
wait, what?
Yep. Hey, it's
Who?
Huh? Jay. And then
Oh, hi, Blessed Bible.
no, starts with an R. He was just talking to us this morning.
What time was this morning?
Was it a B? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What was He's the guitar guy.
Oh no.
Bruce! There we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodness, I was feeling terrible. I couldn't remember his
Yeah,
name.
please, Guru. I understand. And again, we can certainly change topics to do the exact opposite.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Bond. All right. Yep. So I don't know. I keep thinking about trying to create a more often, or try to do streams more often. Guru, I don't know. I'm being bullied just as much as anybody, so makes me want to not even start YouTube anymore. You got to watch a movie or something, or a show. Praise's channel was one of the last few SFTs. Is usually fun, but that's about it. There's a bunch of science stuff, like Mark Roberts and Everyday Astronauts and the guys I follow and stuff. But yeah, well, Bruce, if you're wanting to share some stuff too, man, him and I shared some this morning. If y'all want to see our previous channels, I thought it was very fruitful. And it was exactly the kind of conversations that I like to have, Bruce, and I appreciate you. That what we shared earlier, we kept out of the fray. We kept out of the counter name calling, whatever you can call it. We kept it generalized. That's how it's supposed to be.
Right. Trying to discuss behaviors, not people.
Yeah, I'm banned now from Praise's channel too, Cheryl. I assume it's Bob. Gavin says he's gonna try to unban me, but I don't know.
And that is a beautiful crash course into be careful who you give power to. Goodness.
Do I dare ask what the threats are about, Cheryl?
Sweetie. There you go. Good girl. Oh.
What's that supposed to? Now that I know where I'm at. You're funny.
Hey, bless the Bible.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, no, I had someone had told me that Smokey did something bad. He was gossiping about me some more on your channel, and I just, I try to always avoid this crap. So I didn't watch what you and Smokey talked about. So I really appreciate you coming to my channel and just kind of sharing from your side of it. I appreciate it. I'd love to talk to you more. And I think that what you and I talked about and how we talked about it is like the perfect counterexample of how everybody should talk about it. Hey, here we are.
Hey, welcome
Hey,
back.
good evening.
Sure. Hello.
Hi.
Good morning, actually.
Well, yeah, it's morning. I don't even know the difference right now. I was sleeping. I still have this cold thing, and I woke up, and I feel bad. I clicked on that Smoky thing, and I was listening to that stuff, and I'm talking with Richard and back and forth of the stuff, and I was reading the comments, and then somehow I clicked on this because I had this open, but I was listening to that stuff, and then I started typing in here, and I realized, oh, I'm in the wrong chat. Sorry about that, girl lady. I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling okay. I was trying to figure out if you're having, a rough time. Maybe you shouldn't be listening to Smokey and them if that's getting to you.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier. Is that I'm always trying to avoid them. There's no reason listening to that kind of hate speech, that religious hate speech, whatever you call it. And so the problem is, though, is that the few channels that I still try to enjoy are starting to tolerate him again, because he's abused praise. He's done this to everybody.
He's acting like a monster. Let's face it.
Well,
I go in there. I actually have. I should admit this. Smokey said that my goal is to get rid of him. No, I don't think that happens. I think making people aware of it. That's just me, though. I don't recommend it for any. I don't recommend half what I do for anybody. I don't know. It's just what I feel driven to do. I have for years, and I will tell you, of course, it creates anxiety. Heck, I'm willing to take it sometimes because
same.
I don't know. I hate when people abuse people like that. It's just me.
Yeah, in the military, we call that providing cover fire, distracting.
Yeah, really.
Shoot, so you lay down cover fire so the enemy turns to shoot at you so you can help rescue somebody else, basically.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just the constant stuff and people being confused over it. I mean, some things are difficult, but that shouldn't be difficult to know that you shouldn't treat people that way.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to hope to do is find the channels that don't tolerate that and certainly provide an atmosphere as well. But I don't know what the I Was Hidden Club there.
Yeah, I allow them on my channel because I always think everyone has a right to call themselves out.
Yeah.
Be honest.
Well, the world is certainly full of hypocrites.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you don't have to say much of anything.
That's what I was trying to point out earlier, Bruce. I don't know how long you've been listening, but I was pointing out to Jessie was talking about some of the stuff. She's wanting to go into details, and I was trying to remind her and everybody that it's not about any particular issue. It could be about the time of day. It could be about the clouds. They're just trying to find any reason, any excuse to hate people, hate on people. It's an emotional need. It's not about any actual issues.
Yeah, well, and that is probably why I'm so involved in it. He's the guy screaming and telling people not to be emotional. I mean, who in the world goes around telling people not to be emotional while calling them names and making fun of them?
While being emotional, right?
It's kind of weird,
Cheryl's saying that SS is an admin now.
That's strange.
See, yeah, that's it's classic textbook workplace bullying, mobbing technique. That they try to what?
Get rid of who?
Gavin.
What?
In fact, I think Gavin Flatt told me that. That's what they're trying to do. Well, Gavin's been Praise's friend for since I think they started the channel together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can understand that they would have disagreements now and then, that's for sure. But don't know these. I'm not sure it was a good move.
Well, so what's encouraging me is that this is drawing definitive lines, so people that because most people, I think the natural instinct is to try to ignore this kind of stuff and hope it goes away. And it sometimes it does, and most often it doesn't. So this is drawing those battle lines. This is now making it so that everybody that wants to hope to ignore it can't. So you have to choose. Everybody's got to either choose which group they want.
Well, that's the thing, is that you can tell just by what she said up there that he is trying to force Praise to make a decision to choose between me and Gavin, and that's just vulgar and should not be
that's
tolerated.
what bullies do.
Gavin has been a loyal friend to him all this time.
It was so frustrating for those like us that know this type of stuff, is that once or if Smokey or Bob or all these other people get their way and they shoehorn their way into these other people's channels, not just Praises, once they're able to do that and get that power and control that they crave, then they'll drop Praise. Then they'll turn on him again. They've turned on him 2 or 3 times now since I've been involved, just the past barely a year now. They'll just do it again.
Yes.
And then they'll go find somebody else to terrorize. This is what it literally is. Repeat, recycle. It's the cycle of abuse, it's called in the layman terms.
Yes. I don't know. It's just sad to watch, to me it is.
Yeah, agreed. And I don't want to talk about it. But again, I want to create and foster an atmosphere of actual love, tolerance, what Christ wants us to emulate, to avoid this crap if we can.
Okay, I can't believe I'm actually going to say this.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Because, I have to remember that I've spent a number of years studying all these types of behaviors.
She's the expert, not expert.
Well, I'm not an expert.
See?
It's just that I was married to someone like that, so I needed to figure out what the heck I was dealing with it once he was diagnosed, and of course now I can recognize it very easily. But I do think that there is a time and a place to discuss the behaviors to at least make people aware what it is that they're observing and how best to address the situation. Otherwise, anything outside of that to me is just...
You probably love what Janet just posted. She says when he's attacking 80% of those in a stream and no one speaks up, it continues. It is enabling.
Yes, sir.
And making it look like others are liars.
That's right.
And Guru, that's the problem. Gavin was trying to enforce Praise's own rules. So Praise is violating his own rules to allow these abusers to abuse people, to terrorize people on his own channel, including now Gavin. Poor Gavin tried to do what not only what was right that should be done on everybody's channel, but much less praise his own channel. So now Praise is not, he's not to be trusted. So, okay.
Well, kind of the thing that's bizarre to me is I see this thing where people are saying they boy, I can't say how can I prove I'm right in what I say? But maybe I don't know, do like a heart search or something and study the Bible, or maybe go see a therapist or something and ask them, like about this guy that's calling people whores and sluts and bitches and telling guys to go eat a bag of, like how, I mean, now this is supposed to be a guy in ministry. I mean, seriously, think about it. If you were to go around talking to secular Christian counselors, it wouldn't matter. Pastors, I don't care what it is. Where could you find somebody to agree with that? And actually, where can you find it in the Bible? They'll find their little cherry-picked verses to kind of try to back it. It's a bunch of garbage.
I'm convinced, and more than convinced. I'll just say that it is the tactic of the enemy to infiltrate and to basically try to do more harm and damage internally than they could externally. Yes. Right. Just like Abraham Lincoln said that if America were to ever falls, it's going to happen from within, not from without.
Well, I mean, I see it. It's kind of funny, I mean, it constantly. If I'm hearing it seems to me like he often accuses people of lying, and that is very irritating. I just sit there and go, well, maybe sometimes people do say things wrong. I say, sure, I'm sure he calls out some things straight and he's right on. But a lot of times I just sit there and talk about shaking your head. You just go, what in the heck? This is way out of whack, But people fall for it. That's the thing I don't get is why they're saying, well, we have to be peaceful and loving and accepting and all this. I'm thinking, well, meanwhile, you got a monster like kicking everything down around inside your trailer, man. Like, you can't let this happen. Look, he's dissing the paint on the walls. I mean, get him out of here. No, I'm kidding. Never mind. That's dumb joke. But he will do that, though. He'll make fun of anybody for everything. It has nothing to do with godliness or truth or anything,
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not about the actual issues. It's about their need to abuse people. And Bond just said something here that I'd like to highlight on. I could have 0 viewers, Bond. I could have one person to talk to, and I'd be happy. That's the difference between us Christians and those who aren't Christian. We don't give a rat's ass about popularity. We don't care about how many numbers we have. We're not here to play some stupid game. We want to actually be human to people. And I thank God for even the atheists out there. I got Paul Camish, I got a few others that come here, and we have civilized conversations without this abuse that these other wannabe Christians have, Bond. So I don't care about the numbers. Okay? Sorry. I needed to get that. Well. Bond said, let me find it again. 9 viewers. Is this the all-time high? Just curious. Records should be celebrated and remembered. Gag me. Oh my gosh. I have been popular before. I do not like it. You get more targeted, huh? Yeah, she's saying this isn't a popularity contest for us. This is about being like Christ. This is about having fellowship. If we can't find it on other people's channels, well, I'll create my own. You know. So yeah, no, I'll caveat that, Bruce, you and everybody, if you guys want to have the same mindset, you don't have to be Christian. I'll go to anybody's channel that just wants to have cool conversations. Try to with you, Jay. I don't want to dig that friggin' mess up, but thank you for being here tonight. But dude,
Hey, Joel, don't things.
I'm not. I'm trying. I just said that. I'm not going to bring it up. What?
If they want to be here to have a good conversation, then by all means.
I try, Cheryl. Oh my gosh, I am holding so much back. Thankfully, this is just YouTube.
Well, that is true. Probably, I think the difficulty with it though is that you are, even when you're dealing with a troll, you don't even know who it is, and they're just messing with you, whatever. There's still a real human being behind it. That I think is the conundrum, maybe. No, I don't know what to call it. But they're real humans. Yet they can be monsters. We can be monsters. You go like, oh boy, it's pretty weird.
You know, touched on that too. You know, that people can put masks on social media. Some people will come to social media to avoid having to put a mask on and genuinely want to fellowship or just hang out and do whatever they want to do. They can't do with others in their local life. And other people are the opposite, where they don't have enough conflict, so they need to go create it. And so they can hide behind the internet and do, you know, and that's basically, you know, and then there's the third type of person that I remember saying that's just ambivalent, you know.
Well, it is weird, though. I did leave this kind of community. I don't know. Some people would call it the great debate or the guitar community, or the religious community, whatever they want to call it. Different ideas people have for the name of it. But I was thinking about going to the guitar community like a while back. And this guy, GY6, I didn't know him that well back then, but he warned me not to talk about this thing they called tonewood. I knew what that was. Like a moron, I went in there. And that had to be I don't know which was worse. I mean, as far as the fighting, I'd say it was pretty even, really in a lot of ways. But this is more bizarre because you have people fighting in the name of Jesus and calling you names and stuff. I don't know. It's different.
Yeah, no, it's age old. You know, the ancient Vatican, I call it the Antichrist Vatican. They used to do the same thing. They used to murder people for disagreeing, trying to bully their. It wasn't for anything to do with the gospel. It was I call them Antichrist atheists, or used to run the ancient Vatican to try to silence people for political and social reasons, not because of the Bible. Christ said literally, if someone doesn't want to agree with you, to walk away. That's not what the Vatican did, and it's not what wannabe Christians today do. So it's consistency, Bruce. It's the human condition. It's nothing is new under the sun, as Ecclesiastes 1:9 says.
Yeah. I've never. It's going to sound weird. I've never really totally understood the ordeal with how that all went down.
Vatican?
Yeah, well, not the Vatican. I mean, the battle with Islam and such, how it all started. The whole, you know what? I think maybe history is tainted, and it makes it difficult to figure out.
Well, I can give my summary of it. But,
what's that?
Well, I can try to give summaries of it, but there's plenty of historical documentation out there, of course, and I've seen really well done YouTube videos on it. But
oh yeah, there is. But I'm just saying, but it does come from different points of view. You know, that's where I found it that to get nailed down 100%, I always thought was a little difficult. You know,
Go ahead.
Well, were they under attack? That kind of thing, or what all?
Christians or the Muslims?
The Christians, well, the Catholics, we'll say,
Yeah, the Catholics, they were under attack for about 400 years before they finally decided to try to defend themselves.
Right. And then how far they went. That's why I said you see different presentations of it. And I think it does depend on what side somebody's on. It kind of makes it hard.
And that's what's so ridiculous about it, Bruce, is that regardless of sides, quote unquote, the biases you're talking about, the confirmation bias, there's still the evidence. There's the facts of history. There's the borders that were changed. There's the even the technology changes that happened back then. You see where one side, the Muslim side, they were evolving their tactics to try to be able to do more damage, while the Catholics weren't. It took them centuries to finally start to fight back. They were trying to avoid it. And if Spain hadn't been starting to be conquered, they probably, would have never attacked the what do you call that side? I forget now. But yeah, no, it was a completely defensive war until like just a very few years, and then the Catholics went on offensive. But that's all I think the Antichrists want to focus on is when the Catholics finally put some armor on and took it to them.
Yeah, it's how far it went. Then I don't know. That's what's my point. I guess I don't know. Yeah. I don't know enough.
Hey, Paul. Well, and the larger point is that, again, Christ says that if someone doesn't agree with you, to walk away. So whatever war crimes may have happened, that's how those of us that serve in the military that are Christians deal with it. And Paul, he's an awesome example. He's atheist. He's served in the military. Him and I get along perfectly fine. We probably agree on 90% of things, and we enjoy each other's company. There's one time that him and I had a little bit of a blowout on a miscommunication on Facebook. But the idea is that if you can't agree with something, either change the subject or, try to come to an agreement on it. Don't fight. There's no need to fight. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to let others be wrong. How's that? Smokey.
Oh, yeah. It's. I was listening to him tonight. I heard a part where he was talking about doctrine and what all he's been through when he was talking with Richard. And I thought, it's a strange thing though, but if through these changes, he's calling people all these names for being heretics and such, then like which ones are justified, And maybe that's a good reason not to act quite like that and be so boastful and proud,
I would share that my walk with Christ and being all over the planet, every people group I think imaginable now, is because I'll say this even for non-Christians, the side to stand on or stand with, I guess, simply is those that tolerate others. Which brings me to another cool point. So every secular nation that I know of, that I've researched or whatever the topics, political topics, secular nations can't exist generally, especially nowadays, without a Judeo-Christian majority population, because they're the tolerant ones. They allow people to want to be secular. And so that's the thing. Those that want to be comfortable not agreeing with things are, are what Christ wants us to be like. And those that want to just browbeat and bully and do what you just described, they're not following Christ, much less good society. If that's a good answer.
Yeah, I think it's hard though. If you let someone in that's tearing everything down, I think like you started to say though, if I understood it correctly, was I forget how you said it, like friends or who you invite or who you hang out with. I forget what your exact words in that, but I guess I'm seeing this thing where people are opening their doors in a sense and allowing somebody to come in and just tear the place up. That's what I feel bad about.
No. I don't know if I said that specifically, but I think
I probably hear it. I can't think how to put it into words, and maybe I didn't hear it right too.
I think you just put it perfectly.
Yep, you understood it well.
Yeah, but I should probably get back to sleep because I'm foggy.
Alrighty, honey. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon.
Did you find any high pulp orange juice?
Been eating some oranges. I am actually feeling better than I was, so I'm happy for that. Good. Really not too bad. I mean, yesterday was definitely worse. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And it was kind of embarrassing to come in and start commenting in the wrong chat and actually trying to have a conversation. I realized, no wonder it's not working. Okay.
Uh-oh. Well, next time you show up, you have to play some guitar or something. How's that?
Make some noise. Yeah. All right.
I don't have a tuba, so.
Oh, tuba feedback. There you go.
Well, I won't be able to make some noise with you, as I was saying. I won't be able to play my high C like we were talking.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Anyways, yeah. I appreciate you, man. You have a good night.
Well, thank you. Have a good night.
You
Yeah,
too.
I know.
everyone.
Yeah. So thank you, Bruce, and all you other fine people here. If this is beneficial, if you guys are enjoying be able to kind of talk about this stuff without, the drama, to create the counterculture. So it's just horrible countercultural bullying environment. Let me, we could do this more often.
It's a nice place to have nice conversation with other people. It's that simple.
Amen. Yeah, Paul or anybody else want to join in? I mean, we could talk about anything else. I just want a civilized conversation. I'll do the exact opposite. Smokey Saint and all the other guys that are harassing all of us. Yeah, I'm trying not to. Just saying. But yeah, I mean, and if anybody's got any other specific questions about any of the quote unquote hate speech, I don't like calling it hate speech either, Kelly, but whatever it is you want to call it, all the libel against me, I'll be glad to stand up for myself. I'll talk about it. It's what adults do. They talk about problems. They talk about conflicts, things that, misunderstandings. The grown-ups will iron them out. Cool. All right, one way. I can't remember what the last thing you and I talked about. I remember we disagreed on something, but again, you were civilized about it, so I love it. Welcome more of it. Gifted a twisting truth. What? Oh,
It was in Snyder, Texas.
Giant snowball ice. What those things?
Those are hailstones.
That's
That's bigger than her hand. Look at that. It's huge.
It's Texas-sized hail. Oh, hallelujah. So, yeah. I just want to talk about science. That's all I ever wanted to talk about. I want to talk about the science of the day. Hey, here's a Mr. Paul.
Oh.
Good afternoon, sir. I assume it's afternoon for you.
Oh, gosh.
Good morning. It's good morning here. Quarter to 8 in the morning.
Your name. Oh, my goodness. That's
Bloody
funny.
atheist.
Yeah. There is a story behind that. I don't know if it was in fact, Joel, it might have been your Facebook page. I can't be 100% certain, but it was somebody's Facebook page or whatever, and somebody asked who I was, and somebody went, "Is that bloody atheist?" And I thought, so I pinched it. I can't be 100% certain, but it might have been your page when I was having them loads of different conversations and stuff. So yeah, I pinched it. I thought I like that, so I'm gonna use it. So I did.
Very good. Well, how are you doing today, sir?
Yeah, not too bad. I've got I've got a busy day, but a very easy day.
Good deal.
I'm going to spend most of my time sat in the office because on the 7th of next month, we get taken over by a different company. Basically, I basically work for Highways England, but different companies run it, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So we've got a new company taking over. So I've got all this stuff to go through. I've got all different policies that I need to go through.
Oh boy!
And what I'm doing then is I'm checking it up with the working rule agreement, because I'm basically the union rep for the company. So I've got to go through all this lot and check it off with what our working rule agreement says. And then if there's any disagreement with that, I've got to bring it up on Thursday. So I've got a couple of days to go through all this stuff and try and find out what the differences might be.
Nice. Well, best of luck to you. You say it's not busy, but that sounds like a lot of busy.
That sounds a lot of busy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but mostly my work is physical busy work rather than paperwork. So for the next couple of days, it's going to be busy, as in doing something, but not physically doing things.
Yeah. Still busy.
So it makes it a little bit easier for me because at 55, you get a bit sick of picking stuff up and moving. And
yes, sir.
The physical side of stuff. So it's going to be nice to sit down and just shovel paperwork for a while.
Right.
And it'll get the old grey matter going, because it means I'm going to have to start thinking about different things and, let's say, finding out what's different in their policies to what's in the other policies to see whether Well, I'll have an argument. I always end up with an argument. That's why I'm the union rep.
Yeah. Good deal.
So yeah, how was your day going? I've just arrived at work, so I literally just turned it on. It sounds like there's been some sort of a drama between you and Smokey or something, has it?
Well, so no, Smokey is drama, and him and Bob decided to call me liars for quoting a Bible verse, and for a completely unrelated topic. And so now, and then Gavin was trying to censor Smokey for lying, for breaking their channel rules, and then Bob was being all hypocritical about it. So now I'm excommunicated. I'm putting it from Praise's channel.
Oh, right.
And just
I mean, it's a bit. People are sometimes a bit quick to call people liars. I mean, to me, a lie is you can say something that's untrue, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're lying. It means that you were mistaken, you were wrong. Now, to be a liar, you've got to deliberately tell a lie. You know that you're telling an untruth. That is a lie. Now, I could tell you something that I heard from somebody else, and I might believe that what I'm telling you is absolutely true. And then it might turn out that it's wrong. That doesn't make me a liar. That makes me mistaken or whatever. Not a liar.
Yes, there's got to be intent for it to be a lie. You have to know that what you're saying is untrue. Then it's a lie.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's deliberate. You know that you're lying.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, that's part of it, Cheryl. Not just the insults. As far as what was with me, I guess. So, yeah, Bob was, I would say, intentionally lying about me. He was trying to say he was agreeing with Smokey that I was misquoting a scripture, even though I copied and pasted it verbatim, and started harassing about which translation it was. So I gave a second translation that had the same exact context. And then I quoted the Greek verbatim, and then they started harassing me because I don't speak Greek. I mean, it was totally nefarious. So anyway, I got kicked from there, and I figured I'd create a channel, stream myself, just to again try to have what I hoped to found on Praise's or somebody else's channel, basically. So I'm my own refugee, I guess, tonight.
Yeah. I don't know. You want to do a bit more, to be honest, Joel. Get some more stuff out there, more content out, and do a bit more of this instead of going into everybody else's. Build your own community up, and get away from that sort of hassle.
Mm-hmm. I keep thinking about it, but it's a lot of production. I have to
it is. I spend the most of my time going into other people's channels rather than doing my own content for the same reason. I don't have the time necessarily to. Or probably the patience to start thinking about stuff to do and setting up a stream, and then probably regularly doing it. I suppose once you start doing it, you'll need to be regular at it rather than just hit and miss.
Yeah,
I might not do one for a month.
Well, I'm normally super busy. It's my problem. So if I go on YouTube at all, it's mainly to listen to somebody else or to learn something. And then, you're right. I could.
To jump into other people's or just sit and listen to other people's streams.
Yeah. But no, I mean, and that's the thing, I guess, is that the more that these antagonizers are able to have their way, then the fewer good channels there are to go fellowship we hang out with. We'll have to find either alternatives or create our own. So maybe, I don't know.
Do you think sometimes some of these channels try to create drama as well?
Well, like I was saying earlier, there's basically three kinds of people I've noticed in the world, online and offline. There's people that want to find, genuinely, like-minded or just people to talk with and hang out with and learn from. And there's people that don't, that are the opposite. They just want to attack people and put a mask on so they can act out their bad behaviors online so they don't have to be held responsible in their real life. And then there's the type of people that are just ambivalent. They don't care one way or the other.
I think sometimes when you listen to conversations online, you think they won't be talking like that if it was face to face.
Exactly. And that's what I was trying to. So Jesse came in earlier, and we talked a little bit about how I don't think it's about the issues. It's not about the doctrine. It's not about being the heretic, that they keep calling us. It'll be about anything. It'll be about your hair color if they didn't have anything better to argue about. That's how bad it is.
The thing is, though, when it comes to scripture and it comes to interpretation, how do you know who's right or wrong? Because it's basically just an opinion, isn't it? Really,
Well, it's just it. Yeah, no, you can do a logical analysis of it.
Yeah, for your perspective, obviously you're trying to find the truth in Scripture. So you might be interpreting it in one way, and somebody else might be interpreting it in another way. It doesn't mean that either of you are necessarily wrong. I mean, obviously, I on my side of it, I don't agree with Scripture, but for you having a conversation with somebody else that has similar beliefs,
that's the case for anything.
You're both trying to interpret what you think it might mean.
Yeah, that's the case for anything, though. I mean, you could say that for how long to microwave popcorn. And you got to put it to the empirical test. And the Bible itself, 1 Peter 3:15 and elsewhere, talks about how we're Christians that want to obey God and love God have to always have a reason for our beliefs. That's why Bacon started the scientific method and whatnot. So we do that. We can share the evidence and examples and cross examples and try to falsify whatever things. Bible's, biblical scripture and Christ's teachings and whatnot, just the same way as we do everything. If you want it, that's the thing. Some people want to do that, and other people don't. Other people want to just stick to their bias.
I argue with people on how to make a proper cup of tea.
See, there you go. Or coffee.
So, well, I'm not really a coffee drinker, but I mean, coffee for me is the opposite to tea. When it comes to tea, for me, it's tea in first, then hot water, then the milk. Like my wife, she wants the tea and the milk together and then put the hot water in, and that is just totally wrong way to make it, because basically what happens is the milk starts to block the pores up in the tea bag, so that you can't get a good strong cup of tea. But there again, she doesn't like strong tea. But when it comes to coffee, you put the coffee granules in, then the milk, and then the hot water, because apparently, I don't know how true it is, but apparently if you just put the coffee in and then pour boiling water on it, you can scald the coffee granules, which will give it a tainted taste.
Yeah, I was laughing because you're making Mrs. Joel over here. She's literally rocking her head back and forth laughing at you.
You guys are so cute. So cute. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. I mean, there is a science behind what happens. I mean, chemical reactions could occur in milk. Certainly it could curdle. And there is a lot of truth about the temperature of water as it pertains to coffee too. It can change the flavor.
But he confirmed his confirmation bias because he's British. That's why he likes tea.
Yeah, that's true. I can literally, I'll have 8 cups of tea before I go home. The kettle's always on. I've literally just drunk this, and kettle's going to go on in 5 minutes, and I'll be having another cup of tea.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you enjoy Hershey's chocolate over there? I don't know. Y'all have that?
I've heard of it, but I'm not particularly mad on chocolate. To be fair, I do like chocolate.
I only bring it up because
my father used to be a baker and confectioner, and he used to have a chocolate shop. Well, he had a baker's, a chocolate shop, and believe it or not, a tobacconist. There were all 3 of them in a row. Why the tobacconist was there, I don't know, but yeah. So my dad used to do a lot of the chocolate sweets and stuff like that, and people used to come from all over. In fact, there was people from America used to get it posted out there because they absolutely loved the chocolate.
Did you see Bond's comment?
Bond from the South?
Bond, which Bond?
You got him on the screen. Tea should be ice cold and sweet, non-negotiable.
Right. Yeah, that would be like a herbal tea, not a traditional tea, which is.
Oh no.
Well, see, Joel's from the South. They
There's a guy on YouTube. He's a game guy that literally advertises that Yorkshire tea everywhere. It's funny. I thought
Yorkshire tea, yeah. And then the other one that I've got is Rington's tea. That's my favourite. Is a Rington's tea.
Got it.
Believe it or not, I get this delivered to the house.
Nice.
They deliver Ringtons. They come round in a van and basically deliver your tea, and I get this delivered because that's my specialty. I've literally just brought that in today. Literally just opened it up, and
it's very important.
It's not that; it's Yorkshire tea.
Yeah, we're Texas too, Bond. Yeah. No,
you're Texas too. Yep, that's it right there.
I always put coffee in milk in my coffee last for the same reason. One, it cools it off a little bit and doesn't. But so the Hershey chocolate bar, It's world famous, of course. But we were watching the History Channel, whatever it was, their Great Food that built America, whatever series, and they talk about all this stuff. And so it's like 1800s, right? And this guy Hershey, he literally builds. He makes, I forget what he made his money on. He made like $1 million. It was $1 million back then. It's like several hundreds of $1 million now on something else. And he decides that he goes and literally builds a town, right? Builds a small town out in the middle of these dairy farms. Yep, created Hershey, Pennsylvania. But it was before he started his chocolate factory. He built this town to support this factory. He was going to, his dream. So he did it completely backwards. Total risk, right? And as he's getting everything built up, starts running out of money, of course. Then he starts to work on his chocolate, on his recipe. He hires all these chemists and hires all these people, confectioners or whatever, and nobody can figure out what because he was trying to create European chocolate, what he tasted in Europe, but he's trying to make it his own version, blah blah blah. And so what happened was, like an old friend of his that was a confectioner ended up coming up with the recipe. And he ended up scalding the milk a little bit for the recipe without realizing it, and he didn't like it. He thought it was bitter. He could taste that bitterness to it. But Hershey loved it. He's like, no, this is it. Do you remember what you just did? He's like, well, yeah. And so that's what all these in the History Channel, they have all these experts. I don't know how you can be an expert on food, whatever they were. All these history experts talk about how that's what made it sell, because it was a little sweeter and it was different than the European chocolate, which was not popular in America, but when that little bit of the bittersweet taste that they called it, that's what made it popular. Now it's a multi-billion trillion dollar, interplanetary history, whatever you want to call it.
Interplanetary.
Yeah, it's going to go to Mars.
Yeah.
It's going to be Mars on Mars.
I mean that's how things get created and things get invented, isn't it? A lot of times it's by accident, by a total accident, and then think, my God, this works. But it wasn't what you intended to do in the first place.
Nope, exactly. I mean, I can share stories about doing that for quantum physics, for microchips, which is things that we solved that were like, how did that happen? Can we do it again?
Yeah, we need to try and make the same mistake.
Exactly. And you solve a multi-million-dollar contract. How'd you do it? You don't want to know.
Yeah. Basically, I had too much to drink the night before, and I buggered it up in the morning, and we got this.
Gosh. Paul, you are reminding me of too many memories. My past few streams, when I didn't have anybody to talk to, I just kind of blabbered about some of my history. So that just did that. It reminded me of another piece of my history. So the plasma etch department manager, the guy that actually did the most of the quantum physics stuff, that guy would come to work every once in a while, and you could smell it, his alcohol on him from 10 feet away. He didn't act it. He didn't act drunk. He was perfectly coherent, but you could smell it. And I don't know how he kept his job, but he did.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it depends how long ago it was. I mean, years ago, years ago, in the 70s and probably into the 80s, a lot of people on their hours dinner break used to go to the pub during the dinner break, and that would say that the 70s, early 80s, where people used to do that. They had an hour off for the dinner, so they nip down to the pub, have 2 or 3 pints, and then go back to work. My God, you wouldn't. That'd be you finished if you did that nowadays. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Yeah. Times do change. Oh, wonderful.
Anyway, I'm going to jump out because I need to get on with this. I just thought I'd jump in and say hi, seeing you've gone live. I need to get my head into this and start working for all this paperwork.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, best of luck.
It's good to see you. Have a good day at work.
Yep, will do. Thanks very much. And I'll catch you all later. I'll probably jump in on the next one whenever you go live again, if I catch you.
Sir. Take care of those guys. You have a good one.
Yeah. I get grief if I don't get it right or don't get them off.
Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate it.
Catch you all later. Ta-da.
Sure.
Bye.
Right.
Yeah, me too. I was supposed to finish up some code I was working on. My boss took a vacation half of last week, so I think the whole office kind of
took a vacation too.
Well, yeah. I was trying not to say it, but so yeah. I got one of the things pushed back into QA, and this other one I was supposed to try to have like done Thursday or Friday, but I kept running into this problem. It's supposed to be nice, easy, it's just a logic switch, but it's not acting right. I got to redesign it. I keep thinking it's going to take me 5 seconds, but it takes 5 hours, and I'm like, nothing worse than an easy thing that's hard, right?
Yeah, and then you're kicking yourself when you find out just how simple it was.
Oh,
to
yeah.
fix. And you're like, oh my gosh, for real.
Yep.
You go look.
Alrighty. There's a couple people, 2, 3, 4, 5 still watching, I guess, but
Wow.
just 2. It's getting late. But yeah, if anybody else wanted to talk and share, I wonder what happened to poor Jessie. I hope she's okay. She's kind of dropped out. But yeah, something is really bad and really wrong when multiple people are having anxiety problems over it. That's when people as a community, quote unquote, need to come together and say, wait, what's going on? How and why are things like this affecting people, not just personally, but physically? This is causing physical illnesses now to people. And it's not causing others to want to address it still. They just tolerate it still. You were saying, Cheryl, that, or Janet, was someone, one of you ladies were saying, Praise was talking about taking a break, but I don't see him taking a break. Nobody's quick to listen. Quick to react. And they blame the bully's victims for it, as almost always. It's very difficult, and dare I say rare, to find a good, healthy group of people that can enjoy disagreeing together. That's what it is, Kelly. Finding people that can enjoy to disagree, not just tolerate each other, disagree civilly, but there's people out there that enjoy to disagree. You know what I mean? Not fight, but disagree civilly.
Well, enjoy it. I don't know about that, but at least be, like you said, quick to listen. Slow down and try to hear what the other side is saying.
Mm-hmm. Russ and I were a good example. I mean, I disagreed on a lot of things, but we enjoyed it. We enjoyed sharing, challenging each other. Another example, the Calvinist guy back at SpaceX, the large site. He was a total angel. He's the exact opposite of these other Calvinists that I've met here on these YouTube channels. And we would seek out ways of trying to be able to do some work nearby him, just so we could talk about his differences while we did work. We craved it, and that's how it is in science. When you're working on something in science, you don't want to find agreement. You want to find people to poke holes in it.
Yeah, because you want your result to be safe and effective and efficient. And yeah.
You want the science to talk. You don't want your group of friends to talk.
That's right.
And I guess that's why this is so difficult. It's hard to find people that want to disagree. Hey, welcome home, or welcome back one way. Oh, hallelujah. So yeah. I mean, I've got all kinds of examples running through my head. The Muslim guy I trained with when I was in the army, like my own AIT. It was a year-long AIT. One of the, I think, second longest. There was a 13-month long AIT for some medical, what do you call it thing? Medical equipment specialist, whatever. I was the electronics specialist. Oh, it's at the top. I linked it. It's we call it. It's pinned at the top of the chat. But yeah, most of the rest of the class stayed away from him for the most part. He was a real quiet guy. But him and I craved talking to each other. We craved sharing each other's perspectives, and he taught me more about the Quran than I think probably anybody else did. And I asked questions. We mutually respected each other and tried to convince each other of the differences of, Jesus versus Allah.
Yeah.
And we loved it.
Like fun.
Every lunch break. I mean, off and on for all those months, that whole year, him and I would talk. It was awesome. I missed it.
It sounds really nice.
Yeah. And at the end of the class, I got to meet his lovely wife. His little daughter came. And
Aw,
yeah.
nice.
Dude was filthy stinking rich too, but it's another thing. he was a good guy. United Arab Emirates.
What about it?
He was from the UAE.
Oh, okay.
One of the more, call it tolerant side of the Muslim nationhood. So he was training to do the exact same job I was training to do in the United States Army. The same exact equipment.
Wow.
So not only do they have our equipment, but they get our training. That's how much of an ally we are of the UAE.
Cool.
Which everybody could do that. That is correct. Yeah, sorry. Oh, but yeah. Hard to do sometimes for some weird reason. So that's what I'm looking for. That's what I hope to create. An atmosphere for people to enjoy sharing ideas and that enjoy disagreeing if you have disagreements. Challenges. Challenge your bias. Paul said, so Jesus told Peter. Jesus told Peter, to always have a reason for your belief. You okay? So if somebody asks you what you believe, the Bible says to tell them. Be ready to tell them. Don't just be a bully about it. The Quran says to treat unbelievers as a contest. It literally says that. All the other stereotypes about all the violence and evil and stuff from Muslims, the Quran says don't do that. Treat it as a contest to see whose religion, quote unquote, is better. And the Muslims I've met with and that I've fought and served with, they get that. They are allies. They may not agree. They think Christ is just a man, like a bunch of other Trinity people tell me. Or whatever other people try to say, Christ wasn't really God. He was just a God. I'm like, what? That's what Muslims believe. But no.
Well, I'm not going to go so far as to say that they're allies. They are another group of unbelievers that need to be reached. They're lost souls.
Agreed. All over the world. There's even Americans that are like that. Americans. I'm starting to get tired too, huh? There's even Christians that need to be reached for Christ. Sorry. Did I say that?
That's the truth.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Howdy. It's been a while.
Yeah. This I had to switch this. This is my other account. It wouldn't let me in with my main account, so that's all right.
Well, how you doing?
Pretty good. Good. I think the last time we talked, we disagreed on apologetic methodology, but we did get into long conversations about science.
Okay. Sounds about right. My best memory is that we got along.
Yes.
So thank you.
Well, I mean, I think that's Colossians 4, 5, and 6, right? Approach people with charity,
Amen. Yes, sir. Well, careful. We're going to agree on something. Maybe. Just kidding.
What was the verse you cited? While I was doing my store run, I heard you say something about citing a verse and then getting kicked for it. What was the verse?
Matthew 10:28.
Matthew 10:28.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was the context for you citing that?
They were finishing a debate between two other people that were talking about whether or not we pre-exist, whether we exist without the body, basically.
I see. Okay. So then what was the what was the reason you cited that
because it talks about the difference between having a body and a soul, where Jesus said, don't fear those that can kill your body, but not kill or touch your soul.
Mm-hmm.
Also quoted Jeremiah 1:5 and Ecclesiastes 12:7, and so Smokey decided to say that I was misquoting the Bible from that, Matthew 10:28, and Bob.
Yeah,
I think
that one's kind of interesting because it can go either way, and I'm a big fan of like when the verse can go both ways. You just let it, you really don't have to fight over it.
Well, yeah, that's my point. We can we don't ever have to fight if someone seems, and that's just it. Everybody's wrong throughout their walk with Christ, when they're just in life in general. You learn.
Right. Now, here's something I would ask you about that passage, though. Who's the audience?
I think that was just Jesus giving a sermon. Let me double check the context real quick.
It's interesting when you examine who he's talking to.
Yeah, he's talking to his apostles. It's when he was sending them out, getting them to go do the apostle stuff.
Think about that. Just think about like what that means, though. Like, is he saying that his apostles, like the people who are believers, could potentially end up that way? That's interesting, right?
Well, to me, it's okay. So I think we're all apostles of Christ. Some people just want to say that there's a distinction, but no, God's not a respecter of persons. Right. And so it was just, I think he was just trying to encourage them. Don't worry about people that want to kill you.
That's exactly what he was doing in that passage. Yeah.
Yeah. God can quote unquote kill your soul in hell, whatever. But, and people can argue if that's eternity or not. There's all kinds of weird doctrines of that, but that's beyond the point. He's just talking about, don't worry about people here on earth that can murder your body.
Right.
You can't touch your soul.
That was the idea behind it. That's all he was saying. And people read lots of different ideas into there.
Exactly. And all I was only using it to support the idea that we have a body and a soul, and that they're separate. That's it. That was the only thing I was saying.
That's good. Ugh. And they kicked you just for that? I mean,
yeah, because then Bob started lying about me again. Smokey said I was misquoting scripture, so he's lying about me for that. And then Bob said I lied about something, how it was not a right translation or something or whatever, and so he's demanding I tell him the translation. And I was like, dude, he's just being a jerk about it, so I didn't want to tell him nothing. In fact, I told him, look, why don't you just ignore me, but he couldn't. And then so Bob kicked me or banned me, whatever it is, for falsely accusing him, apparently, as he said.
Weird.
So I falsely accused him of falsely accusing me. I guess that's how it goes.
Yeah, like that verse is really interesting because all he's telling those people is like, don't worry about the people that can cease your existence here on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Worry about the one who could do that like in the afterlife, And it's like it's kind of like an exhortation to like be fearless, like go out into those towns. Who cares,
Right. Yeah, he's giving a pep talk to his soldiers, is what I would put it.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, Smokey says something about how I'm something. I was being a heretic about duality or some nonsense. I don't care, but it was just just bullies me to talk about. I was telling Jesse and others.
Did he bring up dualism? Is that what he was talking about? Like substance?
That was his lie about me that I was.
What the heck is dualism?
Well, there's two kinds of dualism. One kind is saying that there's like an all evil God that's always battling with an all good God. That's one kind of dualism. The other kind is that there's like spirit and body, or like that there's a spiritual ontology and then there's a material ontology. I think that's what he was referring to.
Yeah, my assumption was he's talking. The original topic was that there's a body and a spirit. There's dual existence.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with believing that. I think the scriptures support that.
Right.
I mean, how did God create like the immaterial things? Right. He says he created immaterial things.
Yeah. No, so like I was explaining. So Jesse came on earlier and a few others. And I was explaining how it wasn't anything. It's never about any particular doctrine. It's never about any particular topic. Bullies look for any reason, any excuse, whatever they think is most effective at that moment to try to hurt their victims. Seriously, it could have been about my T-shirt.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get into that. I am curious about your position on is your position a young Earth or an old Earth perspective on?
I always tell people that, I always answer as neither. That as I get in so much trouble just calling myself a freaking scientist, even. It's stupid. So, but forget it. So, as a scientist, science can only be used to talk about repeatedly observable evidence in real time, as I like to respond often with. And so anything outside of human history, human recorded history, is outside of science. So old Earth could be true. The evidence and the reasons that justify it I can explain how those are falsified, primarily through radiometric dating methods and stuff like that. But there's plenty of other good evidence to show how the Earth and the universe is young, from supercluster formations to cosmic microwave back formations, all kinds of things. So it could go either way. But the best answer is we can only go by what humans have observed. Everything else is mythology, literally.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, I guess I'm neither. I go by what the evidence is. Light does not travel in a straight line. Nor does it travel at a static speed.
Right.
Light changes with refraction. So as far as we know, the light from stars out there could be a big mess, ball of different pinball machines going everywhere. Well, it seems like it could have taken millions or billions of years. Could have been very, very few. We don't know. We haven't gone out there yet.
Yeah, I totally get that. It's like I said, I'm an old earther, but I let the text go both ways. I don't argue. The only people I argue against are the people that say the text has to go one way. Yeah. Ironically, no pun intended for my name.
All right. I agree. I prefer the argument, the debate, to challenge. I think that's why, in fact, that's a good point that we could pray allegiance to. I believe that the Lord kept certain things like this ambiguous for that reason, to keep people to be challenged, to always talk about it, to not just say, oh, well, this is settled. It's not science. You don't learn anything that way. You don't challenge yourself.
Right.
There's a bunch of songs out there that I'm being reminded of about it.
No, it's good. It's good. I have weird perspectives on science. I don't usually talk scientific stuff, but that's, precisely why I'm in here, because you like to talk about that stuff and I don't. But if I don't expose myself to that stuff, right, I'm not really going to be thinking about it very much.
Well, that's extremely respectful. I love that. Thank you. Wish more people were like that.
Even if I strongly disagree, I'm going to at least ingest it, and think about it.
Well, yeah, but see, that's the nature of a true scientist. Is somebody that wants to not only challenge their own biases, but wants to hear all sides and learn. You're trying to observe. You're trying to, like you just said, absorb and trying to check things. That's what scientists do. It's nothing more complicated than that.
It's good.
This is too funny. Can you see it all right?
Hold on. She's scrolling Facebook. When you know you could be getting banned at any time since you've been posting some risky dank memes.
Don't ring it out loud.
Oh.
It sounds funny already.
Yeah. Want to read that?
No.
Like a midget at a urinal. I was going to have to stay on my toes. What? Wasn't as funny as reading it. Got a picture of the guy that plays the airplane. What's his name? The old guy.
I don't know. All I remember is the part where they're like, somebody said Shirley, and he's like, "Don't call me Shirley, say me Shirley."
Roger. Don't call me Shirley, Roger.
I don't know. It was the guy you went to school with that post. I thought it was funny.
Who?
This guy.
Oh yeah. There's a cool lifelong friend. This guy that him and I went to the same college together, but he was sucking at it, and I was trying to help him the best I could, short of doing the code for him, but he couldn't pass.
Well, he tried though.
Yeah. So him and I've been friends ever since. So.
Hey, you did mention somebody, was it Paul? I think it was Paul mentioned that you should do more like videos. I haven't actually looked at your channel to see what videos you've done.
Yeah.
Have you produced any videos?
Nothing formal. There's been they're mostly just trying to have cool conversations. And then I shared some pre-recorded stuff. I shared some old Kerbal Space programs. So that's one of my first things I did. I was thinking about starting like another just a game review stream, but I don't know if I could do that for very much for fun or not. But and then I posted an old video of an example of something I used to work, old project I worked on. It makes the Oculus Rift look like an Atari 2600. I like to say. I don't know if you're into video game stuff or not. But.
Only a little bit, but not Oculus Rift level.
Yeah. And I don't think I've started to try to create some like rebuttal type things. As a matter of fact, I made a comment on Professor Dave's channel the other day and got some flack until I put them all in their place, and then they stopped. But I was thinking about doing one of those, what do you call it, after show reviews of his critique of Dr. Tor. But I don't know.
I still haven't read any of the tour stuff, but what I was going to suggest is that I do have video editing skills.
Cool.
Like if you could, like, you know what I mean, record audio, give me some suggestions of video clips, things like that you'd like to use.
Which software do you use?
I use Sony Vegas.
I've not seen that one. I've got OBS and a few other things installed. Look that up. Sony Vegas?
Yeah. I don't know which I think I'm on version 13. Let me look real quick.
There's a Pro 18 it says here.
Yeah, I'm a little outdated. Yeah, Vegas Pro 13.
Let's see it. Wow, that's $700.
Yep.
Oh, here's a free one.
Well, yeah, guess which one I grabbed.
Yeah. Here's a free version 15. All right. I mean, I am a computer freaking nut, but
yeah, like if you wanted to like do a video or something like that, I wouldn't have any problem like, throwing some stuff together and that sort of a thing.
I appreciate the offer. Yeah. The first thought in my mind was, how to kind of choreograph it, edit it, produce it, you have to
right
something together. What's that?
I was saying, right. Yeah. Yeah. So like I've done like my own videos, right? Like right now I'm working on a biblical law series that I produced using this, with royalty-free sites, with like video footage and things like that. Sound, like I have a whole list of places where you can get these things, right?
Right.
So if it's just like a matter of being busy, then you could work on the choreograph, what sort of thing you're looking for, and then do a recording of what you want to say in the video, and then I could toss something together and see if you like it, something like that,
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah, we can certainly talk about it. Some examples I recently had. So SpaceX just launched another busload of Starlink satellites up, like yesterday, day before, and I was actually going to start a live stream talking about their live stream, and from the perspective of a past SpaceX employee or whatever. Then I noticed there's like 7 other. And then my first question after that was, is that legal? Restreaming someone else's live streams. And I saw like 7 other news agencies doing it, so I thought it's probably fine. But then I just got bored. So
that's a big problem here on YouTube. Even if it's like, even if it is legit, that you still run the chance, right, of getting flagged after you're done.
Right. Well,
and then you have to challenge it, etc. Yeah.
Right. I've had to do that a couple of times, but it's dumb. But I don't know. I guess I had the fleeting thought that maybe somebody might be interested to see reviews of SpaceX stuff from the perspective of a former SpaceX employee, but because I don't know if you've ever watched any of it yourself. They've got an announcer, basically a kind of a PA guy that talks about the history of things and some of the examples, but I don't know about other people, but to me it's boring.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the rocket. I want to talk about what's going on. Why did this happen? What was going on wrong here? The details, the actual science of it. I don't care about some of the history of it so much. But I don't know. So that's just it. Also, I don't know what's worth doing, what's worth spending my time on at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. Because at that point you're approaching collecting a niche, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
About a group of people that are interested in that sort of a thing.
Right. Which apparently there's not, because I can't find it for myself. I try to find content that interests me, and it's just stuff. See, there you go. Now you got me all thinking in one way. See, because, okay, I've always been a programmer, right? Ever since I was a kid. And I always wanted to be a game programmer as well, growing up off and on, but I never do. I never have the time. I got 5 billion projects that I start that never finish, etc. As most indie game people do. And I was gonna go. I had a point with it, darn it. Oh, I was telling him. So I got into game and simulation programming specifically at the time, so I could do my own R&D simulation projects for work. And then the side motive was that since I've played every video game out there, and all the video games today are just rehashes of old video games. I always thought to myself, I could start especially when I retire, create my own video games, my own niche market out there for the games that I can't find for myself.
That part that you said is true. Like every single video game that's on the market right now is like an archetype or a mimesis of something else already.
Yep. There's even what do we call it? Codified genres now.
Right.
So, yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. Create a niche. So that'd be the first question. What are my niches? And that's my other problem is I've got multiple niches. So this doesn't sound good, does it? Sounds dirty.
I grew up along similar lines. I was programming stickman fighting games on a Commodore 64, right?
Nice.
With ASCII characters in BASIC, like a lot. I have the same aspiration, but I'm more geared towards like 3D animation.
Right.
But I do love the programming side of things, just not as much.
Cool. So what do you code in then?
Currently, some Java, some C. I think that's about it. Currently, people have been telling me because Blender is free, and I like 3D. I like 3D programming or modeling. That I should just go ahead and learn Python next. But this is all. It's sort of like you said. I already have other projects like learning Hebrew. How many languages do I need to freaking learn?
Right.
Which one am I going to prioritize?
Exactly.
So after learning Greek, I want to learn Hebrew, and I already learned C and Java. So it's one of those things on the back burner. But those are the two that I'm familiar with.
You have a particular engine that you prefer, or have you done any 3D work yet?
Not professionally. But yeah, I can use 3D Studio Max fluently. I could use Maya fluently.
Nice.
Right.
Hey, Paul. Hope we're making your day a little funner. He's reviewing some new procedures for company takeover, I guess. He's the union guy, so
that's what I heard while I was on the store run.
Very nice.
It sounds like it's going to actually be more work than he makes it out to be. He's like, oh, no problem.
Yep. He's talking about his age being a factor, and I was going to tell you, Paul, but we didn't get to it. That I've heard people talk about how you either work from the neck down or the neck up.
Mm-hmm.
You're working from the neck up today. I used to have a brother-in-law that used to tell his kids, hey, if you guys don't do good in school, you're going to have to work from the neck down like I do. If you can apply yourself, you can work from your neck up like Joel does. I was like, wait a minute. I work hard too. So yeah.
So you take ginseng and all that stuff every day, don't you?
Me? No. I'm healthy, but I don't think I'm a health nut. That's what you're saying.
I was just being facetious, but it's kind of funny. So okay, so then is there a point where you get burn down time where it's like I've absorbed way too much?
You say burn down? Say again?
Yeah, like burnt out time, right? Where it's like yeah, I need to slow down and do something else.
Heck yeah, that's what this YouTube stuff's for.
There you go.
I'll go play a game or watch a movie.
But no, you know what I do want to sympathize with you on is that I've decided on my own channel that I'm not going to do any more live streams or anything like that. I think that the YouTube community in this particular niche is way too toxic on both sides. So I've just decided to just produce videos from this point out.
Okay.
On my personal channel. That's why I was offering, and it's not like I want anything in return, right? The thing that I would be gaining in return is more practice with video choreography, basically.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you're offering for me to help talk about or whatever, or narrate some stuff that you got planned for. You want to do?
No, something that you would want to do. I would create your own videos, send you the file, and then give me the yay or nay. Say one way, that's just crappy. Throw that in the trash can. Try again. Okay.
So, as one preliminary idea, so I used to do R&D for MEMS, for micro electromagnetic systems, basically nanobots, literally.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bunch of old ancient crappy videos out there that just kind of barely touch on it, and they show some of the machines and some of the the scanning electron microscope, the images, that look cool, but nobody knows what it is. They don't explain it, And I'm thinking, I would love to go into more detail about it, but I just realized that the only content I think that you or I or anybody would probably get, outside of who's actively in that field still, I haven't done it for 20 years, would be from those old videos. So,
right.
Where would we get content? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to pick something. I mean, let me, for example, what how would you present some arguments for a young Earth, something like that,
Okay. Cheryl's asking you a question.
Oh, that's because this is actually a different channel that I run from another Discord server that's not my own. You gotta look up the one way with the dog picture with the dachshund.
So yes, that's a good actual suggestion, because I've been participating on Facebook debates off for God knows how long. Creation versus evolution and whatnot. The ones that I'm still with today, though, they actually forbid young versus old Earth creation. They want strictly creation versus evolution. But yeah. So I would show the errors of like I said, radiometric dating. There's all kinds of even peer review stuff, and then people bring up Incel and all these other these fake organizations that try to use it as an appeal to authority problem, but they don't realize that the science is falsified. You can say things are millions of years, but and I'm not going to get into it necessarily right now unless you really want to know, but there is good topics to go on to it. It's not proving a young Earth. Right. It's just showing that the ideas and the evidence for the old Earth are false, and that all we have, like I said earlier, all we really have to go by is recorded history.
Or that they don't necessarily entail. Right.
Yeah. Well, and then the other view would be that, or the other point to make, I guess, is that there is good science that suggests how the universe can be young or is young, but it doesn't prove anything, is it? Yeah.
Right.
None of it proves anything. That's part of the problem.
Well,
if there was scientific proof, we wouldn't be talking about it.
I think that's the problem, though. Is like pejoratively we use the word proof for like logical or mathematical deductions, right? But like in the scientific sense, that's different because it's using inductive reasoning. So it's like it's more of a case of like what's more probable, right?
Not necessarily. So science can only be deductive, and again, like I was trying to highlight, you create hypotheses and you try to support them or falsify them with evidence. So the evidence used for the old side is falsified. So you can still say it, but it's not scientifically confirmable. Again, you have to do everything in real time. And even the quote unquote evidence for the young Earth, for example, using Genesis and whatnot, that's not repeatable. We're not going to be able to repeat creating the Earth right now. You know what I mean?
Right.
But there's good theories for it. You got Hoyle's stellar nucleosynthesis and all kinds of other things that help explain it, and it fits the Bible perfectly. But it's a deduction. Like you're trying to say it's a
okay, but this just to clarify, this is what I mean by inductive reasoning. And these are like logician terms, right? That you're moving from like a particular to a generalization, right? So if you say like this piece of evidence shows that thing, right, doesn't line up, that still doesn't get you to universally that's wrong, right? Or that other position. It just gets you to it's it's a chink in the armor of the probability aspect.
Right. That is inductive, right? Right. Which we can't use that for science. Though is the point. You can use it for argument.
Right.
But it's not going to get you science.
Yeah, and I'm not saying there's no deduction involved in science. I'm just saying that overall the scientific process, as far as I understand it, is to do an inductive survey.
No, because inductive. Yeah.
But even in the steps of that inductive survey, that you can utilize deductions, right?
Well, that's the common caveat, I guess. You have to use deductive reasoning to. It has to be strictly empirical. So inductive reasoning is kind of the opposite. Well, I don't know. I guess you can go both ways with inductive reasoning, but
at least from my perspective, after reading like philosophy of science books and whatnot, it's like a mix of both. But that's inductive, right? I think that's the way it's working. Sometimes it's abductive. It just depends on the person.
This is reminding me of Robert Griffiths. I wish he was a famous physicist. He's famous to me. He says, if we need an atheist for a debate, we go to the philosophy department. The physics department isn't much use.
Right.
When you study the actual physics of all this stuff, it's like, okay, yeah. You leave philosophy behind, but it's hard not to sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's like where we've been different. I think that philosophy undergirds everything.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's like, the only thing you're doing is philosophy, right?
Right.
It's just that like there's a framework, a theoretical framework that you're interpreting things through the entire time.
Right. And people, I think your position would probably be that you have to undergird all of your deductive reasoning with the philosophical perspective.
Yeah, there's some kind of metaphysical context going on in the background the whole time to even formulate it.
Yes. Yeah, that we can agree with. Yeah, whether it's philosophy or not.
Yeah.
So the way I would clarify it, let me ask first, are you familiar with the word sophistry?
Yes, I'm aware of sophistry and the Pyrrhonian skeptics.
Okay. Sounds like you probably know more about it than I do then, which is very good. So that's the basic challenge or difficulty, whatever you want to call it. And that's the reason. So in the way I like to explain the reason why Francis Bacon even invented his scientific method was to get away from what I call ancient Greek philosophical truth statements, which is where all these philosophical and inductive reasonings come from. And Jay, if he's still listening or not, him and a friend of his just just today, as a matter of fact, had a classic example of just pure sophistry, trying to say literally. I tried to get them to not do it, but they did it anyways. They literally claimed that a logical fallacy can be true.
Yeah, it could be truly false. That's about it.
Yeah. They were literally saying, and no offense, Jay. I was trying to be as nice as I could about it, and I'm going to continue to do so. But basically, that they recognize there's formal and informal fallacies, but that informal fallacies were not fallacies, as he put it, or they weren't, whatever. So that's the problem with philosophy. That's what they were making those sophistry type arguments. That philosophy, you can do almost anything. One of his friend that came in to try to support him made the analogy that since Einstein married his cousin, and Einstein invented relativity, then that means relativity is false. And that even though that was a logical fallacy, it still was logically, deducible. I'm like, no, not at all.
No, it's not deducible.
Well, that it could be, quote unquote, it was a logical frame, quote unquote. I'm like, no.
What he means is that it's logically possible still that those persons could be correct, but then he's still even confused in modal logic, right? You have the necessity of the consequent, then you have the necessity of the consequence.
Yep.
One of them is not the other.
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's category error. But that's the thing. So with strict philosophy, you can make these confusing and willfully fraudulent claims. And I cited Webster, how fallacious, it means to deceive, means to lie.
Right. It's it can be construed as to basically intentionally, through malfeasance, say something that is false.
Yep. And mislead, right. Right. And the whole thing started, just really get into it. The argument was that ad hominem logical fallacies weren't always a fallacy.
Well, here I would agree with them because reductio ad absurdums are a subclass of ad hominems. But a reductio ad absurdum is also the way that you prove things mathematically, right? But
we're not talking about math, though.
You're right, but that's not what they were doing. They were equivocating.
Right. They're trying to justify the idea of belittling people or whatever, right. Or talking about.
They don't know the difference between a reductio ad absurdum, right? That which is a subclass of an ad hominem, and the other one which says because you stink, right? you're wrong.
All right. Well, context is king, as they say. So
that's what it is. If you don't know like any of this stuff, of course you're going to make all these mistakes.
Well, so the larger points that I would make, especially if you're talking about something scientific, if you're talking about physics or some sort of even a religious doctrinational issue, the moment you start talking about the other person's characteristics, whether they're true or false, you've left that conversation. You've left that argument. Now you're talking.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why all logical fallacies, however formal or informal, are always logical fallacies. They're not supposed to be used in a logical argument.
Right.
The
way that they're formalized, they're prescriptive, right, of how we ought not to reason because of certain absurd consequences in all cases.
Yeah.
Whether they're formal or informal fallacies. But I see what you're saying. Using that logic, you could justify just about anything.
That's exactly it. And so that's the reason why Christians invented their scientific method, as I like to describe it, is to get away from that. To say, look, no, here's a method, create your hypothesis, create an experiment to test it, and whether or not you falsify or if you can confirm your hypothesis, never stop testing it.
Right. Yeah, that's the Popperian, right, approach to things is, that science falsifies things. It rules out things. It doesn't prove things. But guess what? It involves proofs in its steps, right?
Well, verification, I would say.
Right. I think that's a better way of putting it. Yeah.
Not to get too pedantic, but yeah.
No, that's exactly right, though. Yeah, because Popper's approach was called falsificationism. Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. I think that I don't think that's being pedantic. I think that's being accurate.
I love the way, and I get in so much trouble too for quoting Einstein so much, but I don't care. I love Einstein. Dude's a freaking genius. Not just because he's a genius, because he's a genius. But anyways, he said that no amount of experiment will ever prove me right. A single experiment will prove me wrong. I think that's the best summary ever.
That's a pretty good.
Yep.
What he's getting at there is right. You could make numerous trial and error runs and conclude something, but then the next one can throw it off kilter, basically.
Well, right. That's the thing. Even if your experiments work, it doesn't prove anything. Like you were just saying, science doesn't necessarily prove anything. It just helps you come up with the best idea of at the moment.
Right. It's about data points and what best accounts for those data points, basically.
Well, yeah, but even the criteria to determine the data points with are just more, fluid data points, I guess, to use that.
Right.
Knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah. Max Planck, he had the second best summary for it. He's the quantum physics guy, if you're not familiar with Planck yet, but Einstein seems to be, everybody knows Einstein, nobody seems to know Planck well enough. But Planck said that we have no right to assume that any physical law exists. And if a physical law does exist currently, I'm paraphrasing, we have no right to assume that it's going to continue to exist the way that we think it does in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's a good summary for scientific deduction.
Right. That's
something's right.
Yes. What he's espousing there is like sort of why I know we disagree on our method of apologetics, right? That's why I take the presuppositional approach. I go, how do you even do science, right? What's your basis? Right. What Planck is getting here is that, you couldn't assume that unless there's something that imposes, right, and secures the regularity of nature. Like you couldn't even falsify anything unless that were the case. That there's this normalcy going on,
right.
Reality acts in like a law-like fashion, and all of these like brilliant scientists, this is like, I know they don't like to admit this, but this is why it was birthed out of a theistic worldview.
Absolutely. No, I don't know that you and I disagree at all about that at all. I mean, that is the foundation. That's the fundamental part. The only way to have to presume to be able to have a predictive environment is to have a predictive environment. I think C.S. Lewis put that best, is that
right.
Something about how I got the quote somewhere, I can look it up, but something about how men became scientific because they believed in nature having laws because of a lawgiver.
That's right. Yeah.
But
when you deny God, what do you replace that with? What is it that secures and makes that predictability and regularity really a law? Right.
Exactly.
Usually from naturalists, what they're going to say is it's a description, but then it's no longer a law.
Right. Yeah, your observations can't be the rules. The rules are what help you discern or objectify the observations.
I'm just saying that the way that I approach. By the way, I wasn't trying to throw you under the bus or anything like that. I was just trying to point out that like I approach this in a different way than I think a lot of people do. Right. As a presuppositionalist, I go, what the hell makes science possible? Other people go, well, we have these probabilities, and this one's more likely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I'm an information scientist. Probabilities suck.
And I'm the one going, where did you get all this information from?
Exactly.
Right? What's secures that's actually still information?
Right. Have you heard of the bell curve?
It's just a different approach. That's all.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is that I share the same exact approach. As a matter of fact, that's why I love Einstein so much. And Smokey accuses me of worshiping Einstein. No, he's just the dude's so right. And you're reminding me. So Einstein was so far to say that religion and science are interdependent. You can't have one without the other.
Right.
He goes so far.
I would agree with you, but you have to qualify what is meant by religion, right? When people say religion, or when they speak about religious beliefs, they're not very precise about it. Usually, they're using it colloquially, like people, doing like rituals or something like that.
Right, and that's another. I agree. That's another frustrating point, and I totally agree with you because, so people like Einstein and myself, of course, will highlight that even atheists' worldviews, whatever you call it, rituals, though that still fits the idea of quote unquote of a religion, of a idea of how to, a religious position towards God, basically.
It does. Just ask them, what is it, right? Since it's not God, what is it, right? That imposes and secures these laws.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to say, well, I don't know, but something has to. Well,
Right.
That's called a religious or a divinity belief, as philosopher Roy Clauser put it.
Faith-based statement, right?
It's a faith-based commitment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. And so Einstein made the clarification that the theists, and he was a theist. He made it that clear that theists will use the evidence, and that atheists are blind. They're blind faith. He said something along. Well, I can get the quote again. That religion without science. Hold on. Science without religion is useless. He said, or lame. Right. You have to have religion for science. Like that's what we're talking about. Right. And then religion without science is blind. And so that's where I'm thinking. I like to reiterate that it's talking about blind faith. So you got evidence-based faith, which is theism, and then you got blind faith, non-evidence.
Do you know? Okay, a lot of people would revolt from a Christian perspective to say that science without religion, or I'm sorry, religion without science is blind faith. But actually, he's correct. What he's pointing out is that, right, it's indispensable. It's interconnected.
Exactly. That's hoping I was conveying that properly, and that's why I brought it up, because that's what your presuppositional statements are. I am in agreement with that, and I love because again, you can't have science without knowing where it originates from. Einstein says that that his God is based on Moses. He believes in the Abrahamic God, and that for him, as he puts it, God is the first cause.
Right.
And that's that's the scientific perspective. We look at causality. We look at, okay, what's the cause of this cause? So every effect has a cause except the first cause. So whatever created, and people ask, well, who created God? Whatever created God, that's God. That's how first cause works.
Right. But even if they deny that, notice then we could just turn the question on them. Okay, since it's not God, what's your uncaused cause?
There you go. And that's the bottom line boilerplate that I caveat to, is that everybody either worships the creator or the creation.
That's what's going to happen ultimately at the end of the day. That's right.
I have probably won more people to the Lord with that one statement, by the way. They'll pause and they'll think about it. You're right.
Yeah. I think that's a good statement.
Yep. But still.
That's a statement that you could take away and think about for a while. Right.
Yep. I agree. So I agree with you, man. I don't know what we disagree on.
Well, we just disagree on the approach, right? I don't go to the evidence. It's not to say that I don't present evidence. Okay. It's just that really my approach is to attack their presuppositions about the evidence and then go to the evidence. I think maybe your approach is more to look at the evidence. I think this is directly look at the evidence and then challenge the presuppositions when it's brought up. Does that make sense?
It does, but I'll share with you. I don't know that I have an approach. I try to find and meet people. Hey, Paul's joining back in. Try to meet people where they are. I try to answer questions. So if someone wants to present an evidence-based argument for these topics, I'll go to the evidence. If they want to do, more of a, lack of a better word, faith-based, conversation, then I'll go to, okay, well, where's God come from?
Would you say like maybe more of a philosophical approach? Yeah, in place of faith-based, because faith-based is like really loaded for listeners, right? I'm not trying to say, for example, that Paul, right, as a faith-based epistemology, but what I am trying to convey to him is that he believes something is securing all these things and making these things possible. But since it's not God, it has to be something else. But he doesn't know what that is.
Welcome,
You
Paul.
distracted me from my work.
Uh-oh. This is his topic. So let's hear from Paul. Let's hear from the bloody atheist himself.
Yeah, that bloody atheist. Yeah, I disagree with most of what you. Well, a lot of what you were
Please.
saying. I've been listening in the background. I disagree with a lot of what you were saying. One of
Yes,
them
sir.
was saying that basically faith-based. Atheists being faith-based, and also when you mentioned about basically the laws of nature. Yeah, I would say the laws of nature are just descriptions. Yeah, all right, we call it a law, but is it really an actual law as such? No, it's not. It is a description of what happens. So because it doesn't change, and because that's the way something works, it's been labelled a law. It's not literally a law.
Right.
So it doesn't
And
need
also,
the
it
law.
doesn't- I think the big caveat of what you're sharing, Paul, is that it does change. These laws do change. So yes, agreed.
As in what? Which laws change? Laws of
All
nature.
of them. Like I was saying with Planck, that we have no right to assume any law stays the same. the whole field of quantum physics is a classic example. That shocks the whole Newtonian physics world to its core.
Yeah,
even
I mean, we're
Einstein
talking
had a problem with it. For a while.
I'm not qualified in talking about them. Basically, just the normal laws of nature that the average person knows. I mean, I would say in general they don't change. All right, they might change to some degree over long periods of time. Things might change, but again, I still think they're still classed as we might call them a law, but it's gone.
Yeah, one way. If you're still able to come back, buddy, we'll keep it. I'll stay up for a little while longer. It's already 3 a.m. But no, I hear you. Probably the best way to help convey this, Paul, you might agree. Hopefully, you might agree with is that science builds on itself. We're always learning something new, so science does change. The laws do change based on what we learn.
Well, does it change, or do we get a better understanding of what we're studying? Has it always been the same? But the fact is that we didn't know about it. So by doing further investigations and what have you, yes, our understanding of something and what we might class at one point as being a law might change to some degree. But has it changed, or we just actually got a better understanding of it? It was still the same when we had the whatever we were thinking beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's changed apart from we've got a better understanding of it.
Yeah. So I could come up with specific examples, but again, we'd have to have like a shared knowledge base to go into in detail. But the fact is that the quote unquote laws of nature, as they're described, have and do change. And then to really reinforce this, you're expressing how people have a faith, quote unquote, they have faith in the idea of whether or not laws of nature change or not. That's another faith-based statement.
It depends on the definition of faith, because you can use faith. You can have faith in your wife, but that isn't the same faith as faith without evidence. I mean, exactly. I wouldn't even class. I wouldn't use faith when it comes to my wife. I would call it as trust, expectations. But that's all evidence based.
That's precisely it.
You may be wrong, but it's evidence based by the fact that I know what she's like. I have an idea of what she's like, and so I could be totally wrong, but it's still evidence based. So that wouldn't be the true meaning of how we think of faith. Faith is normally portrayed as believing something without evidence. Right,
and I totally agree. One way, and I touched on that a moment ago. So you're absolutely right, and that's how Einstein also talks about it. There is a faith. There's an evidence-based faith, and then the blind faith. So, and the Bible talks about how if anybody asks you for reasons for your faith, to always have a reason. So that's where Francis Bacon started the Christian scientific method, was to obey those passages that strictly says that if somebody is wanting to know why you believe something, have reasons. So he created the methodology to establish how to justify those reasons. So we have strictly an evidence-based faith. And Christ himself even complained about those that have a blind faith. He doesn't want people to blindly believe him. He wants people to know him for real. In fact, there's parts where he says, if you don't know him, if he doesn't know you, he'll just reject you.
I'm sorry.
Right. So if we're talking about faith without evidence, and that's, I believe, how it was being portrayed for atheists, what would you say, as me as an atheist, what faith do I have without evidence?
Light years. You have actually zero evidence on how far light has traveled from star to star, or star to planets.
But that wouldn't be faith based. That wouldn't be belief of something without evidence. I understand what you're saying. We can only measure light in two directions. In other words, from this point here, we calculate how long it takes to get there, bounces back, and comes back, and assuming that light travels at a constant speed, we can measure that distance and how long it took to get there. So that's still based on evidence, and we've got no reason at this moment. For me as an individual, I've got no reason at the moment to think that light changes. It goes out faster and comes back slower, or vice versa. You can only go by the evidence that you've got. So again, that's still not faith-based. That's still evidence-based.
Well, you already admitted that it's an assumption. I got a perfect example I'd love to share. Hold on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we've got to work with the assumption that we've got. Yes, something may change.
I just want to check. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
And then I was trying to render a video while I was having this conversation, and I missed like 2 or 3 minutes of what Paul said. So forgive me, Paul.
Yeah, no worries. The first couple of minutes was just basically saying that I disagreed with saying that atheists have their beliefs on faith as in belief without evidence. And the other one was about the laws of nature. Yes, we call them laws, but like you said, a lot of atheists would say they're more descriptive, and I would agree that that's what they are. We're just describing something.
Right.
When it comes to the laws of nature, it doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be a lawgiver.
So then they're not prescriptive, right? Then that means that they're not laws.
No, it's just the name that we give it. We call it a law, but it's not a literal law like we understand the word of a law.
And why aren't they called laws then?
So, okay, listen. So then, are you a nominalist? Are you saying that?
Yeah, but why do we? You're saying why do we call it laws then? So why do we call the horizon when the horizon means horizontal, and we know that the horizon?
Because the is there refers to the proposition that has a referent in reality that has normativity about it, right?
Yeah, but like I said, just the fact that we call it a law is just a name that we've given it. It's a way to understand it. So we call it natural law or laws of nature, and it makes it easier for people to understand when, so basically this is what happens. This is what we should expect.
This
is the law of nature. This is what we should expect to happen. That's all it is.
And we agree. The catch though, we don't they're not necessarily laws, as you point out, because they change. We have faith that they might not change.
No, that's not faith. Again, that's not. Well, it's all right. It's trust. Like I say, it depends on the definition of
confide. Yes, pistis in the Greek, from the biblical record, is confide. Right? It's trusting in something, not based on no evidence, but based on previous observations of evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the sun rises each morning. So do we have faith that the sun is going to rise each morning? Or do we have evidence? We have evidence that it does. It's not faith that the sun's going to rise. We have evidence that the sun's going to rise because it always has in the past. And at this moment in time, we've got no reason to believe that tomorrow the sun will not rise. Yes, that's not faith. That's belief on evidence.
Well, okay, but we also have no reason, right, currently to believe that it couldn't rise. That's the problem.
Yeah,
with appealing to what it seems
silly to live my life thinking that every time the sun goes down on a night,
but that's
to start believing that it's not going to come back, and then be shocked every morning that it does.
I would agree with you, but that's just an appeal to incredulity. That's not an argument, right? That's a logical fallacy.
So here's Hebrews 11:1.
In philosophy, you might call it a logical fallacy, but would you think that it would be a bit silly for me to every night that when the sun goes down, for me to be, in a state of fear every night because I think that that's it. I'm now going to be plunged into darkness for the rest of my life. Well, no, you'd say, well, that's a bit silly, Paul. What are you worried about? Just say, well, the sun's gone. It's disappeared. It might not come back tomorrow. You'd be
that's
like yesterday. It came out the day before.
No, I wouldn't approach it that way at all. I would say I'm surprised because that seems like a miracle, right?
Well, if it didn't come back,
but listen to what he's trying to point out, right? In Hebrews 11, this is where folks go. First off, you have to understand that it starts off with a conjunction. Now, Dios, right, in the Greek, is talking about something that was previously already mentioned. And then in Hebrews chapter 10, this is just for you, Joel, right?
Hmm?
You have what's called the Hall of Faith people. What in other words, what Hebrews 11 is talking about is the reliability of God and the way that he dealt with people in the past. So when you get to the Hebrews 11 statement that is often used for evidence for things that we don't see, that's because that we don't see them presently, right? But we do see them in the past. This is what Paul is actually saying. This is what pistis means here.
Yep, it's evidence.
It's historical evidence.
Right. So, and that's the thing, Paul. So again, I think, and I agree with you. The terminology, the nomenclature, whatever you describe it as, the language of it can be confusing. It can be even misused. People can nefariously twist it. But the bottom line is that people of all walks of life, we all either have faith-based evidence, like you were saying, trust in your wife, for example, and then we have blind faith. We have blind faith that, our bank account's going to have money in it tomorrow. We don't actually have any evidence that it might, and there's all kinds of good reasons.
No, but again, that still wouldn't be blind faith. It wouldn't, because that would still be evidence-based, because I've been using a bank account now for nigh on 40 years. And up to now, my bank account has always been correct. There hasn't been any time when money has suddenly disappeared. But yes, I can wake up trust your bank than I would. I could wake up tomorrow morning and yes, somebody could have hacked into my account or whatever, and it could be empty. Yep. But so I have
once every 3 months or so.
I don't have faith in the bank. I have trust in the bank that it will look after my money, and also we guarantee that if money is taken out of my account without my permission, the bank will replace it anyway. So that's not faith-based. That's evidence-based. Now, if I was to give all my money to a random stranger down the street, and they was to say, "Look, I'll look after it for you. I don't know this person. I just give them this money." And they say, "I'll look after it for you. When you want it, come and knock on my door, and I'll give you what you want." If I was to do that, now that would be faith-based, so that would be absolutely stupid. But we know how banks work. We know that banks have regulations. So again, that's not faith. That's trust-based on evidence.
You're putting more trust in that than other people would.
No. See, this is the problem: is that when you actually look up Greek lexicons, right, and what faith means from a Christian perspective, according to the scholarship, it does mean trust. It means confide, right? Confidence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning, that it depends on what definition people are using when they talk about faith. That's one of the reasons why I don't use faith. Yeah. Because it could be used in two ways. Once it could be, well, I just believe it because I've got faith of it. When you've got no evidence, and I'm not talking about religion, I'm talking about any belief whatsoever. Well, I believe it because I've got faith in it. What evidence do you have? I don't have any evidence.
Good. So what's the evidence, for example, that the future will be like the past on your view that's not fallacious?
What as in like the laws of nature and stuff like that and that sort of thing?
Yeah. How do you know, right, that the future will be like the past in a non-fallacious manner?
Well, tomorrow is the future. I think good evidence that tomorrow will be very similar to today, as in the sun will rise, the plants and animals will still be about. I'll go to work. Life will be pretty much similar to tomorrow as what it was today. In a year's time, so the weather patterns will be something along the lines of what they are now. All right, this time next year it might be raining, but we'll have come out of the winter. The days will have started to get longer. Again, that's not faith. That's evidence-based, because that's how it's always been in the past.
Wait, so that you see, this is what I'm saying. How is that not circular reasoning? The future will be like the past because it's always appeared to be the case in the past.
Because I've got no evidence to think it's going to be anything different.
Right.
So if I'm going to plant something tomorrow, so this time of year, it's a time of year to start planting things. Now, would you say that I've got faith when I plant these new seeds to grow in my garden that should?
I would say it's irrational. Yeah, I would say it's irrational belief.
Let me ask you a question, Paul. Give us an example of what you think would be a purely blind faith belief.
Oh, I know. Somebody has a dream, and they interpret it to have a meaning, or somebody reads their horoscope and think that it's absolutely then that would be blind faith.
That's good. That's good. That's fine. But that's the problem that he's in, right? When it comes to the uniformity of nature. How do you know that the future is going to be like the past? Well, because the past was like the past, right? I'm asking you about the future, but you're saying the past was like the past. Therefore, the past is going to be like the future. But I'm asking you about the future, not the past.
Yeah, but I've got to have trust then that the future will be like the past, because I use that trust to plan things. Like I say, simple analogy would be the garden. If I want to plant certain seeds at certain times of the year because they grow better, there's no point in planting seeds in the depth of winter.
Now how do you
grow? So I'll plant the seeds in the spring of the year so they grow for the summer. Now, that's not faith. That is evidence-based. I can read the instructions on the seed packet, which will tell me the best time to plant them is February, March time, or whatever.
Hold on. Okay, hold on real quick. So then how do you know the future will be like the past?
I don't know it will be, but I've got enough evidence to trust that it will be.
Right. That's the problem, right? Pistis means, right? Even in the Hebrews 11 passage, believing something will be the case in the future based on what we've seen in the past, right? And the word pistis there is faith.
Yeah, so in that definition of faith, you're talking of faith with evidence. This is why I don't.
That's right. That's
because
right.
sometimes it can be used in either way, so I avoid using it.
Okay,
and I don't avoid using it because of the religious sense of it. I just avoid using it for the simple fact that people might not understand which interpretation I'm using.
That's fine, but okay. So then the only problem that you have was with the definition of faith that wouldn't be using reasoning or evidence behind it, right?
The blind faith, right?
Yeah, as in having faith in tarot cards or horoscopes. All
right. So then what is it like in your view that secures, right, what is possible and what is impossible if it's not
predictive
God?
Ability? Yeah. What do you use to base predictions on, right?
What is it that imposes that regularity on your view? If it's not God, what is it?
Nature. It's just.
I would like to think that if common sense was natural, there'd be a heck of a lot more of it.
You wouldn't have safety advice on equipment, would you? If common sense applied.
You probably wouldn't have a job, Paul.
Well, here's what I'm getting at, right? How if it's not God, right, then there must be something else that does that. What is that?
It's just the reality of the world that we live in and the universe. It's just the reality of where things are.
Okay, so the things that secure what's possible and impossible are the collective things of things that make the things that secure what are possible and impossible. You don't find any circularity in that?
Repeat that again. You lost me.
Yeah, that was a little confusing one way.
Okay, when you said reality, do you mean by reality the set of all things? Is that what you mean?
Reality?
Yes, I would say so. Yeah.
Good.
All things that we're aware of. Yeah.
Yes. So I asked you, what is it that secures, right, or imposes that regularity on all things? And then you said, well, it's the all things. Isn't that circular?
Right. Yeah, you're wanting me to have an answer to why reality is the way it is. Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you to not fall into the blind faith category.
Yeah. What's the evidence of your faith or trust that reality will stay reality? How's that?
Right. Again, it would be the past. It's always appeared to be this way. So that's the way it is.
Okay.
It's one of them questions that's probably unanswerable. You're basically asking me, where does reality come from?
No, I'm not asking you about the causation. I'm asking you about what secures it, right? What makes it possible. I'm asking you a metaphysical question. I'm asking what's the reasoning, the rationale behind it.
So why is reality the way it is?
Yeah, exactly. But like what is it that makes reality the way it is?
What makes reality predictable? How's that?
That's right.
Well, reality is predictable because it follows the same patterns, basically.
Why?
Like the sun comes up in the morning, it goes down in the evening. We have seasons.
So what you're telling me is reality is predictable because reality is predictable, right?
Yep. That's it. You got you.
Yes, but we've got evidence up to now that it is predictable.
Yes. Okay.
We've got evidence that it is predictable.
Fine. That's
but
fine.
Tomorrow, yes, it could totally go wrong. But then what would cause it to go wrong? So if the sun didn't rise tomorrow morning, there's got to be a reason for the sun not rising. One is the sun's not there anymore, or we're not rotating anymore. There's got to be a reason why the sun doesn't rise tomorrow morning.
I agree with you.
I agree with you. Scientific example, Paul? How the universe may not be the same tomorrow. So part of the scientific field of the physics of relativity has made a predictable, mathematically plausible, and actually it's been verified synopsis of the idea that if we were to find, or not even if, it was mathematically just true, based on all current observations of gravitational pulls, as we've observed them over the centuries now, that there will be what's called super singularities or super black holes that will be devouring entire galaxies. This was all deduced well over a century ago, before we even knew what a gravity wave was. And so they predicted that gravity waves would eventually become so large based on these super singularities that they'll be able to literally start to reach across the rest of the universe, because again, they're galaxy-sized black holes, basically, that they'll generate such large gravity waves, and we're still barely are sure if gravity is a wave or a particle or both at this point in history right now. But if they were to be gravity waves, they would begin to self-reciprocate, essentially, and start to reverberate, and basically, like feedback. If you're like a speaker and a microphone, it gets that wobbling noise. It gets louder and louder and louder. The math was showing that would get so loud to the point where the universe would literally begin to rip itself apart from all these black holes, these gravity waves going back and forth. And so, that was as part of Einstein's predictions and others. And they had never even seen a black hole before. They just theorized it. It's what the predictive powers of math just said. And it's been over, at least 80 years now. We've mapped at least 80 super black holes since then with LIGO and other space telescopes. There's a real famous one just a few years ago.
So we have observed them since that prediction?
Yes, there's
cool.
this one young lady. She got real famous for a little while because she used some really cool data analytics to kind of put together a pseudo-realistic picture of one, and it's all over the internet. But we've got observations now, direct observations of this happening, and so this is all predictive. Again, it's all based on laws of nature, predictability, and math in general. To the point where, again, we're looking at, and they call it the Big Rip. It's one of the two main classic cosmology theories right now. And what's really cool about it is that John, the Apostle John, in the book of Revelations, I think it's in 6:14, I think is the Bible verse. He said that on the last day, part of his future, his vision that he saw, that he was given, was that he saw that the skies were rolled up like a scroll, and that the mountains and the islands were removed from their places. And so, using the scientific probabilities that we have, that I just talked about, if we had two opposing or opposite spinning super gravity waves from these super singularity reverberations were to collide near the Earth and they're spinning in the opposite directions, that's exactly what we would predict to be able to see, is that the skies were rolled up like a scroll, literally, for standing on the planet, and all this stuff on the surface, the mountains and the islands, would be sucked up, and the sun and everything would cease to exist. And as far as we know, we don't know how far those predictions have come. It could be tomorrow.
Yeah, but would it happen like you've just described it there, or would it be a slow event where the rotation of the Earth may alter, or the distance between the sun and the Earth might alter, so that life would become extinct before all them things happen? This could be something that could happen over hundreds or thousands of years, but but life has already gone before then, because it's
not at all, because we have no. It's a pure all assumption of how fast the gravity waves are moving. There could be one coming at us right now. We don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a massive, a massive object on its way to us now. We might not be able to detect it.
That's exactly why. Yeah, that's why my old boss, Elon Musk, that's why he wants to do his backup plan for humanity. He says, because there could be any kind of catastrophe. We don't want to have all humanity's eggs in one basket.
Is when it comes to my what you would call faith that tomorrow is going to be the same as it is today. I understand that. A massive meteorite could be on its way to us that we can't detect because it's coming from the direction of the sun or whatever. But
do you understand it's question begging? It's a logical fallacy.
Well, it would be a bit silly for me to live my life in fear of this potential thing.
Yeah, but do you understand that the appeal to the consequence, right, is another fallacy, along with the appeal to the incredulity being a fallacy? Those are logical fallacies too, right?
Yeah, but we're just trying to show examples of faith.
I'm just trying to ask you to think about it. Do you agree that that's circular? That's all I really wanted to get out from you, right?
Yeah, it probably is circular. Yeah, okay. I mean, things tomorrow are likely to be the same as they were yesterday.
And if it helps, Paul, in return, I don't reject all circular reasoning. That's fine. I just don't want it to go to the snowball effect of lining up fallacies, that sort of a thing, to just look. I get it. At a certain level, circular reasoning is okay.
Yeah, but even your belief of things is the same as mine, apart from you attribute God to it.
No.
Circular reasoning.
No.
So I wanted to kind of make a better conclusion, if I may. That
go ahead, and then I'll give you my.
We'll all take turns. Don't worry. Again, my channel's for everybody having fun. Get your word in. But what I'd like to conclude is that just as you described how you've got faith and trust in your wife based on predictive, her past behavior. I love how Mrs. Joel concludes the whole science of psychology. The best prediction of future behaviors is past behaviors. So we watch how people are. You can see who's trustworthy, who's not trustworthy, and that's how we know who to put faith in or not, basically. And so those of us that know the Lord, we have faith in him, not because of church or because of a book, but because we know him personally. We've seen him work in our lives and other people's lives. We see the pattern of behaviors and the predictions that what the Lord has said, what he's promised, they come true. So we can put faith in the Lord based on that past evidence. So whether or not we're going to die here in a couple minutes or not from a fast moving gravity wave collision or something, we have trust in the Lord that this life and this whole piece of existence, this temporary reality, this fleeting existence, as the Bible put it, is not all there is. And so he's got a whole nother set of rules and regulations and reality, whatever you call it, it's lined up for us. This is not all there is. So we don't have to be in fear. We have faith and hope and trust that the Lord's going to take care of everything, whether it's here on earth or somewhere else.
Yeah, but I mean, mine's exactly the same. I mean, I don't have fear of that. I don't live my life in fear of what I don't live my life in the fear of what might happen. Okay. I mean, I might get killed on my way home in my car going home tonight, but it isn't going to stop me getting in my car still to drive home.
Right? That's blind faith.
No, it's not. That is
maybe a more maybe a more rudimentary example, Paul, would be then why do you eat? Right?
Well,
if you don't eat, you might die, right? Why do you trust that when you eat, it's going to nourish your body normatively?
Because in the past it has done, but it doesn't mean that tomorrow I might end up with some sort of disease when I'm eating.
Now you're stuck in that vicious circularity again, right?
Yeah, but we're all stuck in that circularity. We've all got to.
No, I'm not. I'm saying. No, I'm saying
yes.
from my perspective.
So why do you eat then? So why do you eat?
Because God created food, right, such that we could eat,
right? So
and we would be nourished.
So
and God sustains all the laws of nature, etc. Look, I didn't have to go into vicious circularity.
Right. So if you found out tomorrow that God didn't exist, 100% you found out tomorrow God didn't exist, would you stop eating?
No. My claim isn't that you have to believe in God in order to continue eating. My claim is that you can't ground it, right? Why you should continue to eat.
I probably
ultimately
would.
Based on the uniformity of nature.
Yeah, but we understand what happens when we eat. We understand how the food is broken down, how it gets passed into the blood.
But based on
evidence of what's happening.
Based on what standard, Paul? That's the problem. On your view, what based on what ultimately grounds that?
Did y'all hear me? I said I might stop eating, Paul, if God didn't exist.
I don't think anybody will. All you're saying is
if I found out God didn't exist, that means everything that I've been doing for the past 20 or 30 years of my life is a total lie, total waste of time, and I'd be so miserable. Like, what the heck, if God doesn't exist, that means science is stupid.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean
it
science.
Does. I'm serious.
No, it doesn't. No,
my
why does it?
Career is just a big money wasting piece of crap for.
Science is just a way. Science is just a process that we use to have a better understanding of things or how to develop things. That's all science is.
It is. Like Wayne and I were discussing earlier, that can only be done by having faith, trust, and hope that God created things with a standard that we can obey, that we can follow.
In a law-like fashion.
All that would happen then is you change God with reality. You just say, well, this is the reality of things.
Incorrect.
Good.
I can only believe in reality if God exists. Otherwise, reality doesn't exist.
Good. So then is reality the set of all facts?
I need a first cause.
I'm going to say
So then what
reality is
good. So then what imposes and secures all the facts? Is it reality?
Reality does not determine reality.
Because you're going to be stuck in the circle of saying that what secures and imposes these facts. Otherwise, they're illusory, right?
Yeah,
otherwise they're illusory. So what does that? Well, all the facts. That's circularity, right?
Yeah, I agree it is, but I'm fine with the fact. The fact is, basically, I can't answer the question that you're asking, and I'm fine with not knowing where reality comes from. I don't know where reality comes from. I know.
Okay. So then you're fine with not knowing that it's reality because that's fallacious, right?
No, I'm fine with not knowing where reality comes from.
No. I asked you, what is the foundation of all these things, right? Then you said reality, but then when I pointed out the circularity, then you said, well, I'm fine with not knowing. Now, is that in reference to reality?
Like what you're asking me is where does it seems to be you're asking me where does reality come from?
Yeah, I'm asking what is it? I'm asking you what ultimately, right, secures and creates all of the facts, right? Then you say that it's reality.
Hold on.
But I'm asking you, is that in reference to reality that you said that you're fine with not knowing, or is it in reference to the ultimate that brought reality into being?
Gentlemen, that's what I need to impose a brief timeout humor moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead. That was supposed to be funny.
Did they hear?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
I missed it. We need to go back to there.
Yeah, we need to go back.
Thankfully, there's a history button here. Hold on.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Did you hear it?
That's right.
Yeah, reality cannot determine reality.
No, it can't. But what I'm saying is reality is all that I've got to live my life by, the reality that I experience. Now, it seems to me what you're asking me is, where does reality come from?
Right. We have the creator of reality to go to, right?
Yes, yes. It's not just that. I'm asking you, what is it, right, that brings about reality, but not just that, but what also secures, right, its continuity.
My answer to that would be, I don't know.
I know.
You're asking me is, why are things the way they are? I've got no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I think that's an honest answer. I'm fine with that.
I don't think, on questions like that, I don't think we will actually ever know the answer. I don't think the human beings are capable of knowing the answer to them sort of questions.
I would agree with you. Outside of divine revelation, we could never know that answer.
No, I don't think we'll ever know it. We can have discussions like this, and we can try and throw ideas across of how we think reality came to existence, but I don't think we'll ever know the answer to how reality is what it is.
You mean outside of? You mean outside of a God who could make it possible for us to know?
We can know, guys,
via divine revelation.
Yeah, but all is you're saying, right, well, the reason that reality is the way that it is due to God. But then, if
that's right.
Yeah, that's why
we then have to have a discussion of where did God come from and why did God make it that way?
Nobody's arguing. Nobody's arguing that God came from anywhere.
Well, if God came from somewhere, God would have come from God. That's why he's the first cause. That's exactly it. That's what science is for. Scientists like Einstein and I, we'll go so far to say that we don't care about. And like Einstein said, I don't care about the spectrum of this, that, or this other element or whatever. We want to know the thoughts of God. We want to know how God does this stuff.
Let me explain this.
Don't you agree that God should have come from somewhere? Because I've heard the argument.
Just listen to me real close, okay?
From outside of reality.
All other versions of gods, right? All other versions of gods have God enveloped. Just look at Greek polytheistic versions of God, right? All of these versions have God enveloped and being subservient, right, into something that is more ultimate than God. But the Christian perspective is the reverse. It's saying that God is the ultimate. Well, there's nothing beyond the ultimate. Otherwise, that itself would be the ultimate. I understand the consternation, but the way people usually think about God is it's almost like a superhuman being, okay? Like a superhero. I mean, or Saint Nicholas, for example.
All right. Yeah,
but that's not what the Bible presents. It presents an ultimate being.
Yeah, even I like to point out how even natural selection, for example, from the evolutionist perspective, that's a personal God. Instead of relying on God to make these decisions for life, they just assume that the God of natural selection makes these decisions through some other process. It's what he's talking. One way he's talking about. People still make some sort of point to some sort of divinity to explain these things.
Well, not really. No, I mean, if you look at natural selection,
it's a God.
That's just the process
that's the process of decisions by a God, right?
No, it's not a decision, because if you've got a group of animals, take any group of rabbits, right? We've got a group of rabbits, and
what's the size that these groups are going to change?
The size will change. The faster the rabbit is, the more chance it has of surviving. I mean, for a rabbit to survive, all it's got to do is be faster than the rabbit that's
Why?
with it.
Who says that? Natural selection? That's a God.
Because the animal that's facing it is going to go for the easiest opportunity, so it's going to go for the slowest. So all I've got to do is, so if it's me and you, Joel are rabbits. We're both stood next to each other, nibbling at the grass. Suddenly a fox appears, and we both set off to run. If you're faster than me, then the chances are, not every time, but the chances are the fox will catch me and not you.
Right.
So
you're slightly all that's irrelevant, though, Paul, because the only thing that's relevant is the fact that there's a set of rules that are codified outside of all these chances. So that codification of these rules, that's how God does things.
No, that's not a set of rules.
God or the real God.
That's not a set of rules. There's no rule that says that the predator must chase the slowest.
Yeah, it's just it's all rules based on supposition. And
then what normativity were you trying to force Joel into just now?
Yeah,
I'm just explaining about how natural selection could work. In other words, that the fittest, the fastest, in some instances, will survive.
That's the same way you say that's how God works, right? It's both a religious perspective.
But one of the most interesting animals to watch hunting is like a stoat or a weasel. Now that doesn't necessarily go for the slowest. It sometimes will go for the fastest. And what it will do, they're amazing to watch. The stoat will pick a certain rabbit and it will chase it, and that rabbit will run away. The stoat can be literally 2 foot away from another rabbit and it will not go for it. It's fixated on that rabbit and it will run that rabbit to death. It will just relentlessly keep going after it until it wears it out.
Right. There's probably countless other examples we can go into. The point
so in that instance, natural selection wouldn't work.
Well, the larger point is that all the outcomes are irrelevant compared to where do the processes come from. The decisions, the reasons for the probability curve.
What rules out this genetic trait over the other one, on your view? What is that ultimately?
Yeah, where do these rules come from? These assumptions, these predictability patterns.
They're not rules. They're just observations.
So they're illusory.
It's not a rule.
Right. No, they are rules. Think about it. The whole idea of natural selection is a rule. It's a decision set. I can create an artificial intelligence subroutine that can follow those rules.
Yeah. So to some extent,
that would just be imitation, right? That wouldn't actually be AI or anything like that.
Well, it's all AI, and it's all intelligence. Bless you. Even our own human intelligence is just an imitation of God's.
It just seems to be that everything that you're looking at, you're putting a mind behind it as if there's a logical reason for it. And to me, I don't see a logical reason for it.
I agree with you. I agree.
Well, I would say,
you know what? I would agree with you. On your view, there is no logical reason to believe anything that you believe.
Well,
there is no behind it.
No, there isn't a mind behind it. No, it's just the way that things. It's the way that things are.
So it's a brute fact. It's chance, right? How do you tell the difference between a brute fact, right, and something that is rational or logical, right? How do you know that you're not just witnessing a cosmic doppelganger at this point?
Well, I've got no evidence that I believe I am.
I have no evidence that it's the other way. So what? I could use phenomenal conservatism just as well, if you're aware of that epistemology.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but until I've got evidence that there's any reason to believe that possibility, then I will believe.
Let me reiterate, right? So then what you're saying is I am justified in believing X, right? In the absence of defeaters, there is an absence of defeaters, therefore I believe X. This is phenomenal conservatism. This is like logic, epistemology, etc. I could say the same thing in reverse. I have no reason to believe otherwise, right? You haven't given me a defeater, so then I've just given you a defeater, right?
Yeah. Did you falsify the falsification?
Well, no, because it goes back to the sun, the sun coming up in the morning. Back to that. So I believe the sun's going to come up in the morning due to what's happened in the past. But what you're basically saying to me is I've got no justification for that belief.
No. I would say that you have no grounding for that belief.
You might. So I've got no grounding for that belief. So would you live your life not knowing or not expecting the sun to rise in the morning, to be shocked each morning that it did, or would you go to bed and expect the sun to rise in the morning?
Well, first off, I don't buy the fallacious appeal to the consequence, and I also don't buy the appeal to incredulity. Right? These are logical fallacies. So could you formulate the question in a more neutral fashion?
I don't know how else to formulate it, because it just seems to me that you're saying to me that
seeming? Listen to me real quick. Do you know what seeming language is? That's phenomenal conservatism. I could just say it seems to me the other way. So what?
Hey, gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'd like to maybe pivot a little bit, maybe shove this, because I mean we're getting into specific.
Well, just real quick, let me close out. I hope I haven't been disrespectful to you at all.
No, I'm just going to say, if you haven't.
We vehemently disagreed. We vehemently disagreed, but we haven't been uncivil, I don't think, at all, back and forth.
No.
I would argue you guys actually don't disagree. It's just trying to come to opposite conclusions while agreeing. But I just wanted to address what Tommy's saying too. We can do both, Tommy. We don't mock anybody. We don't want to mock it. That's evil.
Paul, did you get the sense that I was mocking you in any way?
No.
Right, and I wasn't saying that anybody was. It was just again, Tommy's in chat.
I didn't get the sense that Paul was mocking me at all.
No, and I wasn't trying to say either way. Trust me. No.
I've enjoyed the conversation. It's been a really interesting conversation. I love this sort of conversation. Where we can have a conversation like this. I can do this all day. I haven't got time to do this. I need to get through this bloody paperwork.
All we need is a pool table and a pitcher.
Yes, yeah, totally agree.
If we ever get to visit you in Britain sometime, Paul, that's the first thing we're going to try is your cup of tea.
You'd be welcome if you
No, and I'm not talking about you two. I'm trying to address Tommy's questions. I guess that we can do both. We can talk about the gospel. We can talk about grace, especially those that are having that need hope.
Well, I do think Paul knows. So what I'm trying to show him is the atheist.
Hold on, if I may, one way. I wanted to address this other thing as well, that we can do both, Tommy. We can talk about the logic. We can talk about the evidence. We can talk about grace. It's just everybody needs different things for different points of their life. And I think the Lord recognizes that, and the Lord, He reaches out to people. And what I like to, in fact, to really summarize that is that God does everything in His power, as far as I can tell, to try to get people to want to come to Him without forcing them. So that's why there's a variety of apologetics. And I just wanted to stress that real quick, that we can do what we're doing now. We can do it different ways, but ultimately it's just what the Lord wants us to do to help others, like Tommy was saying. Go ahead.
Good. Yeah, I think Paul was saying something, right?
No. The last thing I said was that I've enjoyed the conversation. I think that's all I said.
Okay.
I was just laughing. I was just laughing at said Tommy there. Refute the unbeliever till he freezes up, or give up basic truth.
No. Look, we're going to argue, and at the end of the day, we're probably going to disagree. But you do know that we want you to accept, right? Our ultimate concern is for your eternal fate. We don't argue with you based on like cold hard logic or anything like that.
No, we can't.
It's because we don't want you to end up in hell. From our perspective, right? You're going to end up, it doesn't even matter whether hell is eternal or whether it's annihilation or whatever. We don't want you to end up there. We want to have these same exchanges in heaven, if you will. Do you understand that?
Hang out with you forever, Paul.
From my point of view, I mean, obviously, I don't believe hell exists, so I've got no fear of hell at all.
Right, and we don't want you to have fear of it. We want to be able to hang out with you for the rest of forever.
That's have the same arguments, yeah.
Well, if it happens, and you find yourself in heaven, have a word with God or Jesus, and just say, "Can you bring Paul up for a bit because we need to have a chat with him."
Well, unfortunately, it's not up to us. It's between you and him.
Well, okay. let me give you a quick rejoinder. Are you familiar with the paradox of fiction, Paul?
With the paradox of fiction.
Yeah. How do people have emotional and intellectual responses to things that don't actually exist?
Oh, like
So-
when you're watching like a science fiction film or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just your imagination.
Right.
You can use-
Right.
Yes.
So for example, you just said, right, you don't have a response to these sorts of things. Even though, it was, your reasoning was because they don't actually exist. But we do know, right, that philosophers and sociologists have actually done studies on this, and that you can have responses to things that don't exist. So, what would you agree that would at least cast doubt on your reasoning, right? That you can't be affected by something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, you can be affected by things that don't exist.
Good. That's very honest of you.
You can be affected by dreams which don't exist in reality. If you're having nightmares on a nightly basis, they're going to affect you.
Right. So
if you're reading a horror story or watching a horror film, you might find it hard to sleep, for several nights after watching a horror film or whatever, especially when you're younger. So yeah, it doesn't exist, but it's affecting you in reality. Yes.
Right. So it's just simply false that if you don't believe something exists, you can't be affected by it, right?
Yeah, that would be false. Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you understand that even if you don't believe that hell exists, right? What we want for you, right, is to be with us in paradise, in heaven. I understand that you don't believe that it exists, right?
But what if it does?
But
yeah.
No, I'm not even gonna ask, but what if it does question, okay? But what I would ask is,
but what if hell exists?
What if hell
does exist? What if hell does exist, but you're believing in the wrong God?
Okay, but
then you're in
the science to find out.
Well, we can go through that. I'm not going through Pascal's wager, right? I'm saying, do you understand? No, it's not Pascal's wager. I was about to cut off the Pascal's wager. My argument is, right, that our motivation is that we would like to see you in heaven, right? Now, you might ask which heaven or, whatever, which is fine, right? Is that the 72 version heaven or, I understand that, but I'm saying from our perspective, do you understand from our perspective that we're not arguing with you just based on cold, hard evidence and facts, but something underlying that is our motivation, that we want you to be with us in the afterlife.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but but that doesn't mean that anything that you're saying has got any truth behind it. To me, I just don't see the truth behind any of it.
Good. What's your ultimate that grounds what can be, can't be, right? What is it that grounds what is truth?
What grounds reality? I've already answered that. I don't know why reality is the way.
Yeah, I know. So then how do you instantiate what can be or can't be?
Belief.
Yeah. I mean,
faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not blind faith. No, it's
good.
That I live in. What you're asking me again,
so then what is it?
Where does reality come from is basically what you're asking me again.
Good. So then what is it that ultimately grounds all of that? What is that?
Belief.
Why is reality the way that it is? I've answered that as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is that it is.
Okay, so then so then reality is what grounds all of the, is that the Aristotelian reality?
Is it what reality?
The Aristotelian reality.
What's that? You'd have to explain it.
Yeah, Aristotle's view of reality is that there are 56 concentric circles, with thought thinking of self as the outermost layer and the cosmic creator.
Oh no, it's not that one.
Yeah. So the point is, look, I could have walked through like 5, 6, 8 more realities, right? The point is, when you say the word reality, you're presupposing that we share the same reality, but you're speaking from a different worldview.
No, I was just going to say that actually we probably don't all share the same reality.
Good. So then why'd you bring up reality? Is that the Platonic reality, the Leibnizian reality, the Aristotelian reality?
We all have our
atheist reality. Good. Okay, so then
not to talk over each other.
Good. Good. So then what is it then? Since it's not reality, what is it?
I don't understand what question you're asking me. What is it? It's reality, but what I'm saying is we all can interpret reality different ways.
Good. So it can't be that, right?
I reject your reality.
Down to the same thing again. Is you're going to ask me where it comes from, and I don't know. That's my answer. Is I don't know.
I know.
Yeah, I know. I know that's what you're gonna have. That's what you're gonna have to say, right?
Yes.
Because on your view, you don't know what it is.
No, I don't know.
Now the Christian answer, right, or any theistic answer is going to be revelation here, which you reject, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, like the historical definition of theism, right, is a personal God that makes revelation possible. You reject that, right?
Yes, because it's never been revealed to me.
Good. So then what is it, right? For the same reason, right? So here's what I'm trying to point out to you, Paul. For the same reason that you reject the theistic perspective, any of them, it's the same reason that you should reject your own position. What is it that is ultimate and secures and makes what is possible?
I don't know, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier.
In other words,
wait, you gotta let him respond, buddy.
Okay, look, we can move on, but here's the point: he's violating his own.
You have to let him respond, as I was saying.
He's violating his own criterion of belief. He's going to say, "I'm not going to believe in that because I don't have any reason." But his own position is, "I don't have any reason for the non-theistic."
That's fine, but you have to let him come to that conclusion. We can't speak.
No. Look. He's going to say that right now. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to say was, I've got to live in the reality that I experience. I've got to.
You have to know what you know, right?
In the reality that they experience.
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
You have to know what you know, right? So that's the difference. So I think a lot of people, even other quote unquote Christians, they don't really know what they say they know. And so that's the difference between, I guess, a layman versus like a scientist type person, maybe, is that scientists, they want to know, they want to find out why this or that is the case. And then a lot of people and there's nothing negative about this, but some people don't want to know. They want to just have trust that, like you were saying, the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and you're just happy that it is. So, and that's fine. But that's the point I think that it really boils down to, is when you do want to know.
No, you're not listening to what I was saying.
Well,
for the same reason he dismisses God, he can't support his own position. He's violating his own criteria.
He's admitted that 5 different times.
Yeah, he knows that.
That's fine.
Paul, you do know that. No, that's not fine.
It is for them. You can't force people to think ahead of things. Some people.
I agree with you. With you. But objectively, that's called self-effacing.
It's blind faith.
Self-defining. Self-refutation.
Look, okay. The thing I want to say also,
God exists.
People won't change their mind on the internet. I think we can all agree with that. It's things like this. You have to be civil, talk about it, and people will think about it later, hopefully, and that's when people change their minds.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up.
That is when people change their mind. Yeah.
I was going to bring up the planting seeds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're getting him to think, and even though he may not be able to support his position now, he may think on things later and support your position instead. Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Yeah, fine. I mean, and I'm not trying to say anything negative about anybody. Even those of us in science, there are things that we'll not want to know about. I could probably think of some examples. The point is that not everybody wants to know everything.
At least maybe not in that particular time.
Yeah.
Exactly. So when you do want to know, that's when you
but-
start answering these questions.
Okay, but what makes science possible? We've already gone through this.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
but again,
what ultimately imposes the uniformity of nature such that science is possible? We've already
trying to make the friendly point that we can only reach people where they are.
Paul is laughing because listen to me really closely. On the atheistic worldview, there's no answer for this because there's nothing that imposes and secures that. There's nothing. The best they have is the laws of nature or reality, which is just to say that all the uniformity itself is what makes the uniformity, or all the facts themselves collectively are the things that make the facts collectively, which is circular, right? Viciously circular.
Well, no, because the answer is
so then they resort to I don't know.
There may be an answer.
Then they resort to I don't know.
Too, buddy. Come on.
There may be an answer, but at the moment we don't know the answer. So you've got God on one side, and you've got a possible answer on this side that we don't know the answer to it yet. Doesn't mean that there isn't an answer. It means that we don't know it. It might be one of them questions where it's impossible that we'll never know the full answer to it.
Wait, who's the we? I didn't realize you had a fairy in your pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, players.
I don't have that problem.
You know what I mean.
You do.
Pause, hold on, please. This is my channel. We're all going to be nice. So let me reiterate that in a nice way. That's what one way I was talking about earlier, Paul. That what's called the personal incredulity logical fallacies, basically where one person claims that they don't understand something, or they don't fully want to know what it works, then it must not be necessarily true. And that's fine. What I'm trying to. Well, it's fine in the context that you can't lead a horse to water and force them to drink it. So if somebody doesn't want to know something in this point of their life, and Paul has repeatedly admitted it, he's confessed it. He's been very kind and friendly to say that he doesn't want to know right now, or that we can't know.
Don't want to know.
And at the same time, Paul, you can acknowledge that there's those of us out there that do know for the various reasons. We have evidence where we're not using blind faith to assume God exists. So we can.
All I'm saying is don't lump me into that.
I'm not saying I don't want to know. What I'm saying is that the answer that you've got, I reject that answer. Mine is at the moment we don't know where reality comes from.
Good. So when you say we, I'm excluded from the we in that sentence. So you haven't answered my question, right?
Yeah. All right, then I don't know.
Right. And that's what I'm going to say is you can't know that unless it's been personally revealed, right? By the ultimate.
No, I could be convinced of something if there is a God, I could see that it would be possible for me to be convinced that a God exists and that the God is the answer to it.
Good. What's the criteria? What's the criteria for you being convinced of this ultimate?
It is. Can we not let it interrupt you?
What would make me convinced? That's an impossible question to answer because
that's blind faith.
No, what would
see? Listen,
I wouldn't know what would convince.
Watch, it's going to be unfalsifiable. Listen to this. Go ahead. No, I've already thought about this for years.
Seriously, it's getting annoying.
What I was saying was I can't answer the question what would convince me. I wouldn't know what would convince me of anything until I'm presented with the evidence that actually convinces me.
See?
Well, I would have.
So there's no criterion. Now, okay, hold on. Listen to me a little. Okay, a little bit ago, he said
he stopped.
The reason why he's not going to accept that is because he hasn't been convinced. That was his criteria. I was pointing out that his ultimate, whatever that is unknowable, right? He doesn't have any evidence for, can't prove. So he's violating his own criterion of belief. Then I ask him, well, then what criteria would you use? And then he says, well, I don't know. After saying how many minutes ago was that, Paul?
Yeah, but what I'm
when you
saying
said when he said the absence of evidence is the evidence of absence.
you're asking me what evidence would convince me.
Yes.
And my answer to that is I don't know what the evidence would be until it was presented to me. How could I know what would convince me? Something could convince me. You could say something, or something could happen, and some information tomorrow, and it could completely blindside me and convince me, and it'd be something that I could never have thought of.
Good.
And that's why it's
good. So then, how did you rule out God in this view?
I haven't.
Since you both have a criterion of belief that you need to be presented evidence, and number two, that you wouldn't know what the criterion of evidence would be.
If I haven't ruled out God, what I'm saying is at the moment I'm not
good.
convinced.
So you're a theist?
Come on.
What I'm saying is I'm not saying that a God couldn't be the answer. What I'm saying is at the moment I haven't got evidence that God is the answer.
I'd like to share something on that point.
I'm not saying, that's what I'm saying.
I got something on that one for you, Paul.
So
I was the same exact way. If I can interject, gentlemen.
Just real quick. So he has. He both has a criteria and doesn't have a criteria. Good job. Go ahead.
Fine. So let me relay a story. So when I was a young guy still in high school, and I was an atheist, right? I've not always been a theist like some theists claim or whatever, but which is irrelevant. But so I was the same way, Paul. I was exactly like you. I was a big science geek, always a computer geek, whatever, always trying to be, using logic and stuff. I didn't care about God. I was raised a Baptist, I guess, but I wasn't a Baptist. I was just an atheist. And things are going on where I was researching other religions, other beliefs or whatever, including the occult and all kinds of things. It was like a science project to me, right? I wanted to learn this thing. And so Christianity was like the last thing. My brother, big and long story, my brother and stuff like that, but I basically had to get to the point where not only did I want to finally know about God or Christianity, I dared God to prove himself. As I didn't think, I was like you. I was like, yeah, God doesn't really exist. So I was like, literally, like it was like a fake prayer almost, or taunt. God, if you exist, you're going to prove it to me, kind of thing. And the very next day, he did. It blew my freaking mind away. And so but the point is that I needed to be in a place where I wanted to know. However, half in whatever disingenuous I may have been, God took that opportunity. He's like, because he won't impose himself on us. He's the perfect gentleman. He's been doing everything he can, again, in his power to try to convince you and I and everybody else of all these different things in ways that he hopes we can understand. But until there's a point where we're like, okay, God, lay it on me. That's his cue. He's like, finally, boom. Now he can really open our eyes. And so a lot of people don't want to get there. And that's what breaks God's heart. I just wanted to point that out. People don't always want or need to know. And if you're comfortable with that, then God bless you. But hopefully there'll be a point in everybody's life that they want to know.
Just a quick one then on that, what you've just said there. What did God do the next day that revealed that it was true? What actually
the only way I can describe it,
I saw that one coming too.
Yeah, so it was literally like he cracked my head open. People say you closed your mind to something. It was very deeply, and I'm a very unemotional person. It was very emotional, and it was like God just literally just opened the universe in my head. Again, I'd always been a science geek. I always have all these things about knowledge of what things are about, but I didn't know anything until God just flooded me with information. And then it's been constant confirmation. He's been proving himself to me ever since. Not just my career, but just everything that everything in my life has always it's just been one new piece of evidence to the next about God. What's that, Kelly?
I was just going to say that God, generally speaking, he will meet you very, very personally in your heart.
Right.
And I know, so I'm a very head-oriented
in my head, but yeah. Sorry.
I'm the type of person that lives primarily in my head. Same. You know what I mean? I think constantly, And I meet other, I even, the type of person I am, I fall in love with my head rather than my heart. But God insists on meeting every single person in their heart as opposed to their head. And he certainly did with me too. For me, I've always believed in God, but I never really committed to following God, following what Jesus taught and stuff like that. And for me, the first experience I had where God met with me in my heart, I was 21. And I was praying to him. I shortly after I asked him, because I had read the story of Solomon in the Bible, and I'm like, oh man, 21 stupid. I'm like, yeah, if I could ask for a gift, I would want wisdom too. Turns out wisdom is quite the gift. Anyway, and I was praying, and I was just sitting there, praying or whatever, just privately, quietly to myself. And God just opened up my mind and showed me all kinds of things. Because at that time I was young, I was headed down a wrong path and stuff. And he helped me see multiple angles to many different things that I had gone through in my life, many different relationships I had in my life at that time. And, the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it simultaneously at the same time. And that was an amazing, miraculous experience. I will never forget it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how he meets you. And all he wants is he wants people to seek him, to honestly sit down with God and tell him, hey, I am seeking you. I really want to know what's going on, basically. And he will do it. He will. I know that it's difficult here on this planet. We're stuck with 5 senses, at least for the majority of the time. And it's difficult to believe in something you can't see, hear, smell, touch, tangibly interact with. But he will meet you. I can't stress it enough. You just got to seek him, darling. That's it. He'll do it.
But with what you've explained there, so basically you spent a time, things were going wrong in your life. You were going down the wrong path. So you spent some time praying. Couldn't that really be explained a different way? So you come to a crossroads in your life. You clearly realised that things weren't going right. You needed to change what you were doing. So you were praying. Isn't that the same as, like for me, I had a similar thing. I was heading in the wrong direction in life. I was always in bother when I was younger, when I was at school, and just at the about 16-year-old, I had a choice of either making a difference in my life or carrying on going down the route that I was going, which was clearly not a very good route. So I constantly thought about it and thought, right, Paul, you need to sort yourself out. This isn't a good idea. Isn't that basically what you did with the praying? So what you did then is you made a conscious decision to change your life, the same as I did. But
it actually wasn't conscious. It was absolutely and completely unexpected. That's the crazy part. I didn't make any choice to change at that point. See,
right. She didn't realize, right?
Yeah, at the time, my ex-husband was off cheating on me with a 17-year-old girl, and I had 2 very small children and was 7 months pregnant with the third on the way. And I was just praying to God. That's it.
Yeah, she didn't realize that her life was in the wrong direction, she was saying. And so she was just praying because she read the story about Solomon in the Bible asking for wisdom when he was a young child. And so she's like, oh, that sounds cool. I want that. And then boom, it came from outside of her.
Yeah, when I was praying, I wasn't even thinking about when I asked God for wisdom. That wasn't even the same prayer. This was afterwards, probably about a solid month afterward. So I was just generally praying.
Yeah.
And then it just hit me like a ton of bricks. Yeah, oh my goodness.
That's the experience. It's something outside of us. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've learned over all my many decades now of leading people to the Lord, is that it's every experience is unique and personal. And that's how I know when it's not fake. I've never used the Lord's Prayer, for example. The Lord makes his own entrance into someone's life. I love it.
He does. It's very unique. It's extremely personal.
Yes.
And it comes out of nowhere, and it will blindside you. It's incredible.
Very difficult to describe to people that aren't in your own head.
This is the closest example I can come up with is Paul and the scales over his eyes.
Yeah.
And then when, he opens it, it's like a totally different perspective. It's just totally unexpected. He didn't expect that, God would be, boom, you're blind. So you know what I mean? And then remove the scales and just reveal something entirely different to him. It was like that. It was that kind of unexpected,
unique event.
I wasn't even asking for it event. Yeah.
And not to think that's an excellent story, because then I forget the guy's name. The Lord spoke to this other guy as a Christian, right? He said, "Hey, this Christian mass murderer is going to come to you. You need to help him out." So right, that's a turning point in your life. You're thinking, okay, am I really listening to the Lord telling me to go hook up with this mass murderer?
Yeah, and he was a well-known mass murderer too. I mean, he had a rep that he went around and relished killing Christians.
That was his
That was his claim to fame. And so he was probably stark raving terrified when he was told, hey, you're going to welcome into your home. He's like, excuse me?
You sure? Am I really talking here with the Lord here? Anyways. Yeah, no, it's such a profound experience. It's irrefutable.
Yeah, you can't. There's no two ways.
And that's what I was trying to convey earlier. When you know God, when you know the Lord, it's not about religion. It's not about a book. It's not about church. It's not about anything else other than knowing God just as much as you and I would know each other.
Yeah, but do you not agree that it's irrefutable to you, but it's not evidence for me?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to want to know. God's got something special and unique for you that we have no clue about.
That's right.
And nothing we can say other than to open your mind to Him, to
open your heart to Him. It really, like I said, I'm not a real touchy-feely type of chick. I'm just not, never have been. Right. But that's exactly where He's going to meet you, is in your heart. I mean, there's. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask, Paul, could you explain your understanding of the gospel to us?
No, not without reading them.
Well, no, I'm not talking about reading the gospels. I'm talking about the salvational message that is presented in the gospels.
What's
your understanding of the Christian salvational message? It's clearly not a logical thing, right? It's a heartfelt thing, and it has to do with aspects of morality and things of this sort. So that's just I didn't mean to cut off Miss Joel or Mrs. Joel. I don't know if you guys are married. I'm not gonna trifle in that.
Yep,
but
we're married.
I didn't mean to cut her off. It's just that I know we fervently disagreed, but here's what I want to know: do you understand what the Christian message actually is? Right, that you are rejecting.
If he doesn't know it, he's not rejected it yet.
Right.
Yeah, I know what the stories are in the Bible. I know what basically, if you believe in Jesus, then obviously you'll or you accept Jesus, then you will spend eternity in heaven. It's I suppose you'd say I'm rejecting Jesus, rejecting heaven, eternal salvation. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking, what's the salvific message contained in these holy writs?
I would love to say that.
Right.
Yeah. What's the message? Accept Jesus. Jesus is the truth. This, it's basically what we've been talking about for it's the answer to everything, basically.
It really is.
Or you see it, the answer to everything.
The message is that.
But what's the answer to what? What is the answer that Jesus provides?
Oh, he picks it up just fine. Mrs. Joel wanted to share too again.
Yeah, I stay quiet about 97% of the time.
Did you calculate that?
Yeah, does Joel agree with you?
Uh-oh.
Basically, the message of salvation is that, since, the fall of man, Adam and Eve and what have you, we have everything has been corrupted. I mean, everything. That's why we have life cycles and death and what have you, and disease and all kinds of, even our own brains betray us. But, and, back in the Old Testament, they used to use blood sacrifices, lambs and what have you, because that's what was required back then. Blood had to be shed in order to, repent of your sins and to, receive God's forgiveness. Well, God could see that this was rather difficult for people because we are absolutely hopeless in our own sinful nature. And sin, basically, I know that word has been caricaturized, but sin is anything that goes against, because God, again, is absolutely freaking perfect. You know what I mean? His judgment is perfect. Everything about him is perfect, and he can't live with any kind of imperfection because he himself is perfect, and he can't corrupt the incorruptible. So he realized that he really needed to come down himself in human form, humble himself, and die for us, live a sinless life, be perfect, so he could be a perfect, blameless, spotless sacrifice on behalf of every single person that lived before, during, and after the time that Christ was here on earth.
Amen.
He paid the absolute ultimate price by dying a torturous death because he loves us so much. He didn't have to. He could have jumped off that cross and said, I'm done. Nah, And even he experienced fear.
Right.
In the Garden of Gethsemane, he cried blood. He was
you even get passages like in the book of John where he says he lays his down life willfully.
Yep.
For his sheep. Yeah.
Yep.
Just so that we can be perfect with him.
He was like, I have to pay the price myself because there's no way that they're going to be able to
do it on their own. To
do it on our own. We have no hope. We will be stuck in sin and have no way to wash away that sin except through Jesus' sacrifice.
No amount of animal blood will ever pay for it. Right?
That's right. And that's just a testament to his love. So it's more than just accepting Jesus. It's belief in Jesus isn't like believing in the tooth fairy or Santa Claus. It's not a matter of just believing that he exists. I mean, the Bible says that the demons even believe and they tremble in fear. Belief in this context is trust. It's to hand over your trust, your whole life, everything because anything can change on a dime. Gosh, our human life is a testament to this. I mean, our bodies can betray us tomorrow and we find out we have some horrible disease that's going to kill us shortly. You know what I mean? So everything on earth, everything, including ourselves, will betray us. But God will not. And he wants you. It's
literally to give up your previous worldview in favor of this worldview.
Yep. Just put your trust entirely on him and he'll demonstrate it to you. I'm telling you, he will demonstrate it to you in spades, from the smallest to the greatest, how trustworthy he really is in so many multiple ways. You know what I mean? I can't even describe it. So yes, and our job is to fully trust in him and to repent, meaning to turn away from the previous behavior. So of course, your entire walk with Christ, from the time that you surrender and trust in him, all the way to the time that you do finally die and meet him up again in paradise, you're going to be learning what is sin, what is it. You know what I mean? And God will teach you. I mean, he says he writes his law on our hearts. He will teach you as you go, and you'll grow as you go. And God has enough grace to cover as you learn. He knows your heart. He knows if you're really seeking him or if you're not. He knows if you're really trying to trust him or if you're not, So you can put your trust in him entirely for everything. I didn't think it was possible, but I'm growing more and more every day. And I love it. I love it. So
why do you think God required a blood sacrifice, and then obviously the final sacrifice was Jesus? Why? If you had your experience and Joel's had his, why couldn't he just do that? Why did he have to do the blood sacrifice, which clearly didn't work? The sacrificing his son Jesus, which clearly didn't work. Why couldn't God just do to everybody what you're claiming that he did to you with your?
Yeah, he did.
He okay. So God's a funny person. He's actually not so funny if you think about our natures, because God made us all in his image. Okay, so yeah, he definitely could have made us all automatons. You know what I mean? And
no, it wouldn't be, because you don't class yourself as that. God convinced you, so why can't God just convince me the same way?
He can. And
Yes,
I'm going
we're
to tell you.
saying.
I'm going to tell you right now. The fact that you're seeking as heavily as you are, the fact that you're asking all these questions, you really want to know and you really want to understand. You're seeking God, and the Bible says, "If you seek me, you will find me." Paul, you're going to find him. I already know it. It's just a matter of time now.
No, it's possible. I can't rule it out.
Yep, I'm excited. I remember my son today. He had a period of his life where he was severely questioning everything, and he was like, he kept asking me questions. But Mom, what about this? But Mom, what about that? And I just looked at him one day. I said, I'm not worried about you. You're seeking too hard. You're gonna find him. You will too, honey. And I can't wait till that day to come. Oh my gosh!
Is your son a believer as well? Then the same as you, or has he got questions?
He is now. Yeah, he is now. It was funny because when he first came, he's like, "I'm an atheist," right?
Like, oh, really?
And his brothers and his sisters ran to the youth pastor there at church. Matthew says he's an atheist, and it was really cute because again, Matthew was asking all kinds of questions, but his pastor would come over to our house and pick him up in his car and go get in and out and just talk with him for hours. It was just awesome. You would have loved it. Pastor Steve was really funny and just perfect for those teenagers. It really was. But yeah, no, you'll find it.
And I really need to go to sleep. And I love all you guys. This has been a great conversation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been
I was trying to find the Bible verse, if you can help one way, where I think it's the Galatians, maybe somewhere where it talks about how not just Romans 5:8, where God proves his love for us by dying for us while we were still sinners, but how
that's Romans 5:8. But yeah.
What's the one where salvation's a gift? Where no one can
Ephesians 2:8, 9, 10, and 11. How do I do that? I don't spend my time arguing with atheists on the internet. I spend my time in Bible study.
That's amazing that you can remember that just by
there you go. God saved you by his grace when you believed, and you can't take credit for this. It is a gift from God.
Look at verse 10. Ephesians verse 10. It says that the works were pre-prepared, right?
Yes.
Aorist, past tense, right? Past.
The verse between
God prepared. God. That would mean when I was talking to Paul just now, God had this in place before I ever had that discussion with him.
Right. I'm trying to answer Paul's question,
and that's an opportunity, you know.
Agreed. So what I'm trying to do is answer your question, Paul, about why doesn't God do this for you like he's done it for others? He already has.
Yes, he already has.
Salvation is not a reward for the good things we've done, as none of us can boast about it. And in verse 10, one way about, for we are God's masterpiece. He has created us anew in Christ Jesus, so we can do the things he planned for us long ago. Yep. So the only question is, how much longer do we want to waste time avoiding God? Yeah.
So technically, then I'm following God's plan.
You're not following the masterpiece, the master plan.
But I must be following God's plan.
Well, the fact you're seeking, you already have set in motion God's plan.
The way, you're touching on what I like to describe it. So the only reason why death and disease and hatred and everything exists at all is because people violate the OEM recommendations. So you're not actually following God's plan. You're still following your plan.
Obviously, my input is going to be different. I'm going to say that you are following God's plan. You think that there's a uniformity of nature, which you can't give a grounding for, right? And God says once you reject him, you're done. There's nothing left for you, right?
Okay.
So you are following God's plan. You're affirming that there is regularity of nature. Anyhow, look, I don't want to get back into the argument.
No, I haven't got time to go back into the argument again.
It's been a pleasure.
We can do this again. I mean, if I see you on Joel's channel again or whatever, I'll do it again. Do you have your own channel, dear? One way.
What was that?
Do you have your own channel?
Yeah, I do have my own channel, but it's not dedicated to like live debate. It's just like at this point, it's videos that I'm going to produce, making these kinds of arguments.
Let's say if I see you in Joel's channel in the future, I'll jump in and we can carry on having a conversation.
Awesome.
I've enjoyed it. It's been good fun.
I hope you have a great day, man. Take care of you and yours.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, I'm going to jump out because I need to really get on with this paperwork again.
All righty, darling.
Okay.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Paul.
All right. Catch you all later.
Sir.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, One Way. You heading out now too, or
Do you mind if I like mirror this on my channel?
No, I don't think so.
Because I think it was a good illustration of the way that I approach things.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask for your permission.
You're fine. Yeah.
And then I'm going to link your channel in the description.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I'd like to advise to maybe not try to not let this part mix with the first part. Maybe. But yeah.
Well, I think our discussion tonight was far more productive than what is going on in the other channel.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Amen. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thank you for helping to do that.
All right.
Yeah, just if you can remove the first whole part.
Well,
because I mean, the conversation really did good eventually.
Yeah, you have to understand.
I was hoping that the first half of this stream helped some of the other people, the ladies and stuff that have been just kind of just browbeat by the others.
Well, look, I'm going to spread it around. I know your channel. Well, how many subscribers do you have on your channel?
I'd have to look.
How do you tell?
53 right now, I guess. Woohoo. Paul's asking if you can link his too.
Oh, there you go.
On my channel, I have like 1,800 subscribers, so it would help. It would definitely help traffic here.
Okay.
That's the least I can do for you being gracious with me.
No, all right.
Well, I loved what you shared tonight. I really did. It was very, very informative. There was quite a few things that you touched on that I hadn't been aware of previously, and I appreciate that. I love finding people with a wide and varied knowledge base. It's really nice.
I'm a little bit more aggressive than you'll find other people to be, but at the same time, I try to, there's a careful balance between being aggressive or stern with somebody, and still being gracious.
Yes, that's generally it's called being assertive. Assertive means you can hold a strong position, and you can even sound a bit frustrated from time to time, but you're not actually being aggressive. Aggressive is
Smokey Saint.
It can that's an expression.
He just plugged it in there.
He's a verb now.
Oh gosh, Joel, he's a verb.
It was.
No, it could be, it can get very quickly into bad territory. Obviously, that's why, Jesus really didn't want us to express our anger much, We quickly get into trouble. But no, it sounds like what you are is assertive. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with being assertive.
Okay.
God doesn't want us lukewarm, but at the same time, we have to be careful we don't cross the line,
Right. Sometimes I do cross the lines.
Yeah, me too. I got it.
Yeah, I get mad.
I'm mostly quiet, but when things get too silly, I'm like, oh my gosh, shut up.
Well, listen. Thank you for the venue, and I hope other people join this stream. You guys should join the stream. If anything, this shows that, right, the title lives up to the content. Right.
Thank you.
Joel is trying to furnish a place where people can talk about these things in a, in a controlled, what adjective would you plug in there, Joel?
Civilized.
In a civilized environment. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, for me, I don't mind a little bit of passion coming out. You know what I mean? As long as it doesn't cross the line. Nothing wrong with a little bit of passion because it shows you care.
And Paul's asking if for your link to your channel. One way I found like 3 or 4 of them, so I'm not sure which one's yours.
You see what Paul said? That both you and Paul have crossed the line on Facebook. Yes.
Yes.
He's had a couple knockdown dragouts with poor Mr. Paul over there.
Just one. It was about gun control, and it was stupid because we're both, anyways, we're both military. So.
Oh, was he military?
Yeah, he's British Army. Yeah.
Nice.
Wait, Paul. Wait, Paul was ex-military.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even know that you were. So, thank you both for your service. That's awesome.
Yeah. So you got a link to your channel, or
isn't that it right there, one way? Or no, is that someone else?
I don't know.
What?
It's like riding tricycles.
What? Wait, do you want me to link it?
Yeah.
Tell you what, Paul. I'll put it in the comment section because I really need to go to sleep.
Yeah, we do too. Actually, we're being foolish staying up this late. But wow, what a wonderful conversation.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Well,
guys.
I don't think it was foolish staying up this late, but to stay up any later would be foolish.
All right, we'll go with that. All right.
Because of the wonderful conversation. Now it's ended.
All right. Yeah, I can go along with that. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And Paul, I like to say real quick too, man.
What do you think, Joel?
What's that?
I said, what do you think about that comment? The wonderful conversation was good, but now it's ended.
Oh, yeah. Well, I would say it's not technically going to end. It's just going to be put on hold for a while.
That's right.
Okay. So you're still indirectly agreeing with your wife.
How? Huh? No, I agree with you. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, I stood corrected, man. I'm good. Yeah, I know you're right.
I'm all confused now. What?
Just said it was the when I said it was foolish to stay
What?
up this late. He says,
Oh.
no, it wasn't foolish to stay up this late, but if we stay up any later, then it'd be foolish. I agree.
I agree with both of you. How's that? I agree with both of y'all.
No, he's the one that's right. Agree with him.
It's foolish to be up this late and stay.
No,
I wanted to reiterate real quick that Paul and that he's showing a perfect example of not just how humans should be, in Christians in general. Because we were saying really raunchy things, but we're still friends.
Mm-hmm.
We're still wanting to share tea.
Look,
that's grace.
Yeah,
That is grace.
That's the thing, right? Paul didn't troll. He didn't prevaricate. He was just honestly answering, and that's good. That's what I like to see. I think folks should be more like Paul.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, Paul, you're more Christian than a lot of Christians. How's that?
more atheist than a lot of atheists.
Paul.
No, God's got him on the path.
Yeah.
You see it. I do. Boy, I'll tell you, he's seeking and it's rare to find somebody that really seeks the general. What I tend to see, especially because Joel participates in all kinds of forums and what have you, right? And the general standpoint tends to be, well, I don't know if there's a God, and that's it. They drop it right there. They don't ask questions. They don't want to know. Right. They have no desire to find out. And here Paul is asking all kinds of questions. He jumps in these streams all the time and just listens and wants to know.
Yeah, right. He's honest about it.
Yeah, so that's what I was commending him on. He was very forthright, honest. I didn't detect any sort of railroading or shenanigans. Yeah. And I appreciate about that. Even though Paul and I strongly disagree, right? We come from different perspectives. He didn't do any of that. He was just being honest with us.
Yep.
And I appreciate that.
To know. I love that. People that honestly want to know, okay, well, tell me why you think that, or could it be this? I love that. Oh my gosh. Rare. So rare.
So we should all be, even Christian to Christian, we should always be, well, what about this? What about that?
Yep.
That's right. We need to be consistent with that line of reasoning. Absolutely.
I agree.
All right. All those crazy people. It is 4:30.
Why did you look at the clock? Just kidding.
It was 4:00 like 2 minutes ago. Now it's 4:36. I don't know how that happened.
Well, what I do want to say is, this is why I asked Joel. Not Joel. I'm sorry, Joel. Why did I refer to Joel as in the third person?
Are you sleepy?
That was weird.
Yes.
Yes, I'm tired.
Yes,
Tired. It's 2:37 a.m. where I'm at. It's probably later.
Yep.
For you, you weird people who follow artificial daylight savings time.
Well, I had a good nap earlier today. I don't know. Hopefully it'll help.
I just find it weird. This is why I asked, what was his name? Dang it. I want to think about Patrick, but it's not Patrick from SpongeBob.
Gosh, how cute.
It was a P. Paul. There he is, right in the comment section. This is why I asked him, what's your understanding of the gospel message? And he says, well, I haven't read the Gospels.
Yeah.
You know what that tells me, folks? He doesn't understand he doesn't understand the content of the saving message of the gospel messages. Right. I didn't ask him, did you read the Gospels? I asked him, do you know what the gospel is? Could you explain that to me?
Right.
Yep, I felt absolutely compelled in my heart to go ahead and speak up, and because this is the first time I've actually shared the gospel with anyone in full in many years.
Well, listen to me. I think we should end the stream sharing the gospel. Would you mind doing that, Cheryl? If you don't, I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Did you call me Cheryl?
Yeah.
That's not my name, babe. Okay. My name is Kelly. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that just reminded me. So people have accused Cheryl in text of being my wife, and
I'm not Cheryl.
My bad. Yeah, I did make that connection with Cheryl. That's my bad.
I'm mostly very, very quiet, but every now and then I'll pipe up, and sometimes I'll participate for a while, but 9 times out of 10, I'm quietly over here goofing off with friends on Lord of the Rings online.
Yep.
But you're married to Joel.
Yes,
right.
sir.
I am convinced is a very intelligent person.
Yes.
So you would be in a good position. I don't think you married a dumb person to summarize, right, what the gospel message is according to the scripture. I think you perfectly understand it, right?
Well, I shared it with
Paul. What would that be?
Well, honestly, I don't even know if I can repeat it as well as God was giving it through me to Paul a few minutes ago.
Right.
I mean, seriously, that.
Okay.
Okay, so I do far better in written form than I do verbally, and I always have. But everything I shared with Paul, that came from God. That wasn't me.
Yeah, I was gonna add that I can't get Mrs. Joel to talk often enough.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm one of those weird women that he's like, you don't talk enough. I said, okay, these are things husbands don't normally say to their wife.
That's true. You know that's true. And I speak from somebody who's been married for 20 years. Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Yep. She's the opposite. Absolutely brilliant woman.
But
like I said,
but not look, I understand, Joy. They need to be pressed to speak their opinion, you know?
well, and that's the thing about Mrs. Joel. She has these wonderful opinions. She is an expert.
I am not.
And we've been to licensed clinicians who have told her in her face, "You're not a client, you're a colleague because of your knowledge." And yet, so yeah. Anyway, so she's learned through education and through life experience. So she's got a wealth of knowledge and information that she could really share and help a lot of people.
All right, so
one-on-one.
I think you need to end the stream on a gospel presentation at this moment, right?
Yes.
But if you're not going to do it, if she's not going to do it, then I'll do it.
Oh, now I see who's getting that. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. God was talking through me. So basically, yeah, this on the spot stuff. This isn't good for me. Okay, this is something where I would actually prepare. I would prepare. I'd sit down. I'd write it out, and at least some notes.
Let me see if I can help. How would you explain how God loves us?
Like I did with Paul just a few minutes ago.
How would you summarize it in general?
That the standard status quo, that he loved us so much that he died for us. He humbled himself to be a human being just like the rest of us and chose to lay down his life.
So we can be with him.
So we could be with him, to cleanse us from our sin. And well, okay, see, that was God that communicated that to me, because another thing I think that's missed in the modern gospel message today is the absolute importance of repentance. The turning away of sin. Yeah, you heard Jesus at least a couple of times in the Bible, if not more. You probably know exactly how many times he exhorted people that he rescued, including the lady that was about to be stoned to death. And he says, "Go and sin no more." You know? So repentance is key. Trusting and believing in Jesus is not just like you would believe in the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus. It's about trusting in him with everything.
It's about
laying down your life, trusting him, knowing that he will take care of you. What are you going to say?
Being in love with God. And to be able to be in love with somebody, you have to know them.
That's personally. Right. And that's a lifelong journey. That's something I mentioned to Paul too, is that, you know, when you're first saved, you actually don't really know a lot about what sin is. You know the 10 Commandments at least loosely, you know what I mean? But you don't know that there are other sins too. I mean, even sins in your own mind, in your own heart, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You don't know about the importance of capturing every thought and submitting it to Christ in obedience. You don't know that, but you learn these things throughout your walk, and God has enough grace, more than enough grace, to forgive you of those things through the blood of Jesus Christ that has already been shed on behalf of all of us.
All sin.
Yes, washes away all sin.
I'm reminded of something that I love how you summarized. I've heard with other people. You said that God will take you however you are, but he loves you too much to leave you the way you were.
Come in, you can come as you are, but God loves you too much to leave you as you are. Yeah. That's right, because he'll change your heart. He'll write his law on your heart, and over time, the more you trust him, the more you learn, you know, through studying your Bible, through prayer, through spending time with God, you'll learn what it means to actually trust him, you know. As a side note, hi Cheryl, welcome back, honey. Something as an aside that I learned the hard way was that I was actually doing good. Okay, check this out. I was doing really good. I'm like, oh man, this is awesome. You know what I mean? Maybe I can actually go a full day without sinning somehow, right? And then my brain betrayed me. I got like an intrusive evil thought, and I'm like, are you serious? And it dawned on me in that moment that we need Christ's blood, you know what I mean, to wash us even from our own brain that will betray us out of nowhere.
Secret sins, right?
Well, not secret sins. Of course, that's something that should be addressed head on. But I'm talking about intrusive thoughts. Like you're just, butterflies and buttercups, and then something evil enters your head out of nowhere, and you're like, okay. So even your brain will betray you, and it's just got to constantly trust in God.
Could that be the Viking in you?
The Viking?
Yeah, I'm just teasing.
He's always picking on me because I'm a quarter Swedish. He's like, you're a Viking.
Kelly, female warrior. Female maiden.
What's worse is I'm also Irish and Scottish.
Right.
Rawr. About that.
Yes.
But and like I said, I don't do very well on the spot, especially verbally. I would need some preparation time, to make an honest to goodness presentation of what the gospel is. But I can definitely bullet point quite a few important highlights.
Why does God love us?
Huh?
Let's go to 1 Corinthians 15.
Yes, sir.
Which explains the gospel and what it is, right? Isn't that more direct?
Yeah, please. Yeah, by all means. I'd love to hear.
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15, verses 1 through 5. He says, this is the gospel that I preach to you, and the gospel by which you are saved, and I proclaim to you, speaking of the folks that he delivered it to them, that Christ died, right, according to the scriptures, and he was buried on the third day, according to the scriptures, for the forgiveness of sins. So 1 Corinthians 15, 4 through 6 is the gospel message. Now, right, obviously Christian sects disagree about, obviously I'm a Calvinist, right? So I think that God only died for certain people. Other groups think that, the atonement was, unlimited or universal. But the point that is being made here is that for everybody who actually believes on him will be saved. And that's what you get in John 3:16. This is the way I would explain the gospel to people. You don't have to be a Calvinist to believe the way that I do. The text allows for both scenarios.
Thank you for being open-minded on that.
I'm just being honest with the Greek here. But yeah, the gospel is that Jesus Christ died for the forgiveness of sins, and then those who believe, right, who are believers, are whom that atonement is applied to for the forgiveness of sins. That's the gospel message in a nutshell.
Yes, sir.
If you believe on Christ, John 3:16 isn't saying, and I understand the ambiguity because most people don't know the Greek. In John 3:16 it isn't saying whoever futurely believes. It's not saying whomsoever believes. The Greek is pas hapastuon, the believing ones. But that doesn't take away, right, the potentiality of the people who become the pa hapastuon. The pa hapastuon are the believing ones, the people who are currently believing. So there are still people who can be, right, the pa hapastuon.
Yes, sir.
But what the point is being made there in John 3:16 is all those who are believing, who are currently believing, are atoned for and saved, right, from eternal damnation, basically. Doesn't, make Calvinism the case, doesn't make Arminianism the case. They're there are different ways of looking at that. But that's the gospel message, I think, in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-5, right? That Christ died for his, whoever these believers are, whoever these people who are going to believe, that's who Christ died for. Now, the real question is, are you one of those believers? Do you believe that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. What I was going to say, my comment on something that you said that I really like is that you say the words "believe on" rather than "believe in," and that's why I was focusing a lot tonight on the fact that we have to trust. It's more than just believing in him, like one would believe in the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus.
Right.
Belief in this context is trust, believe on, like you said, and I like that. Thank you.
I wanted to make a clarification, Paul, particularly for you, if you're still listening, buddy, that when you'd asked, why doesn't God do that for you like as he's done for us? I was misunderstanding, I think, at the moment, thinking about how God did, sanctify. He did die for your sins, whether you wanted him to or not, kind of thing. And I think the reason why, maybe to better answer your question, why God hasn't just opened your mind and your heart like he has for us, is because perhaps, and again, I can't know you for the real reasons, but just to answer your question, since you asked it earlier, was because maybe you haven't really honestly asked yet. That's the only difference. We asked, Well,
and he is seeking, and God says that
right.
you will find. And when he says you'll find it, it may not. I mean, it's when you honestly seek that you actually find, because I didn't really find God, as the phrase goes, until I was about 42 years old. So his timing is perfect. No matter how old you are. I mean, you have to trust and believe when you're real young or when you're starting to get old, like me.
Folks are going to debate on that. They're going to say it's a no church Scotsman fallacy. But look, I'm not going to argue with you, but I just wanted to make sure that Paul understood the gospel, right?
Sure.
And I hope all your listeners do. And I want to thank you for the opportunity, but I really need to go to sleep.
Yes, sir. Thank you for sharing with us tonight. That was lovely. Appreciate you.
It's all about love.
No problem. It's Leviticus 19:18, the same books that the skeptics want to, condemn as horrific, is the very source, right, of God's law about loving our neighbors. It's very awkward. Don't use that hermeneutic, right? Don't make the Bible contradict itself. That's not the principle of charity. Anyhow, I really appreciate I really appreciate you guys giving me a venue.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Thanks for coming by.
For voicing my opinions.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome anytime.
Maybe next time, I'm subbed and I hit the bell button. So next time you guys are live and I can make myself available, I'll be around,
That was good. Yeah, anytime. We enjoy having you here.
Love you guys.
Yes,
In the non-prison way, of course.
You remind me of Gavin right there.
Alrighty.
All right, darling. Good talking with you.
Somebody is going to say that I'm mocking Gavin in that way. What?
I hope he's doing okay.
Me too. I love Gavin too.
Anyhow, I hope you guys I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you for letting me say my pieces, in your own venue.
Yeah, thank you for saying it.
Thank you for blessing us.
God bless you guys.
Yes, sir.
God bless you too, Miss Cheryl. I see you down there, honey.
Yep. Talk to y'all soon. God bless.